hotel room nights and offering to others. So we didn't have the, the mindset that we need to capture the bigger one, the long tail. We wanted to catch the ones where people are traveling faster. But over the years, we evolved that the Indian customer who used to do one holiday in 2006 is doing 3 holidays in a year. How do we keep adding value to him? How do we keep adding new experiences to him? So agriculture is not something that we've seen. We have forayed into the religious tourism sector. We've forayed into homestays. We have done a lot of other segments, but agriculture is a nice idea, but heritage, of course. So we are doing these kind of surveys, not only this, but women-only tours. So it's like group tours only. So it's like, you want to go in a joint, in a family or in a group, or you want to be a single woman who's traveling. So all these we are taking care of and trying to absorb. But agriculture is a nice idea.
Because
not thought of agriculture till now.
Introducing traditional games which people have not heard of. The original snakes and ladders, which the British took snakes and ladders from.
Yes.
So we've discovered these games and we are creating retreats out of them. Because they are games which teach you the different levels of life.
Love to catch up with you. Love to catch up with you.
So we must.
But there's some nice ideas that we keep learning. And that's why I said, learning never stops for us.
That's right.
Every day you have to keep learning new things because people come forth with ideas. It's the way you absorb them and implement them is what makes the difference. Thank you so much for sharing that idea.
Thank you. Thank you, Sabina, for your inspiring journey, sharing. And this is what we've been talking about at this forum. Yeah, Sabina, don't go anywhere. Come, please come. We'll have you sit on the panel because otherwise you'll have to work a little bit harder. So what I was saying was that we've been talking about this on this panel, that we're talking about this very constructive, destructive concept that you constantly destruct the past and keep moving as a destructive leader. So it's... Yes, you have moved leaps and bounds and, you've been excelling at everything and it's been really inspiring to hear you speak and share your journey with us. So thank you so much. And we have an hour ahead with you. It's my honor to call on stage next CN Ashwanath Narayana, an MLA from Malleshwaram, Bangalore. We do welcome you. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. Welcome, sir. We also have the honor of having amongst us this evening Dr. Shakila T. Shamsu, OSD Department of Higher Education, Ministry of HRD, Delhi. A very warm welcome to you this evening, ma'am. Thank you for being here.
Good evening to each one of you present here. I would like to thank the Women Economic Forum for giving me this opportunity to be here in this program. As a member of Legislative Assembly, how we are able to make a difference in the government and the public administration. Just I would like to share a few things. I am a member of Legislative Assembly from Bangalore, representing Malleshwaram constituency. It's a very old constituency known for education and culture. And I have been elected twice as a member of Legislative Assembly. In the past 9 years, we were able to bring in reforms in a lot of area, the basic necessities, the basic services. If we start from complaint management system, how to connect with the public, because their grievance or their voice to be heard is very important. reaching out to them is a most important communication channel. To strengthen this, we started public management, complaint management system and an app. Through that, anybody can contact us through the GIS-based platform. Even the location is fixed, and wherever they take a photograph with regard to any complaints, let it be waste or a street light or road maintenance, any complaint they can communicate easily, and we can reach out. The complaint is documented. Once the complaint is documented, we can see that the complaint has been transferred or been assigned to the concerned person. Once the concerned person it has been assigned, he has to attend to that particular complaint and see that the case or the complaint been closed. If the citizen is not happy about that services, he can reopen the case. Like this, we are able to document entire process. That's very important, because how many complaints have been received, whether it has been attended or not, it's very important, and we are able to do this very successfully. And many more things are there with regard to the water management system. Water is very essential, and there's a lot of wastage of water in the piped water. In the city of Bangalore, we are having more than 50 to 55% pilferage, leakage, and this has to be set right. And moreover, the contamination and the quality of water also is an issue. We are able to successfully implement this, and we brought it down from 55% to 15%. 15% we are able to bring down the wastage of water or pilferage of water from 55% to 15% in my constituency. And regarding other issues like road history, property management, and public space, education, promoting education is very important, because today we are talking about empowerment. The most important empowerment among all the whatever work we take up in the government or in the public administration, education should be given the first priority more than any development. Because once good education is provided, if you can empower with him in a skill, education, basic education and skill, he can stand on his own leg, let it be man or woman. Both of them, they need the skill. Without a skill, they can't do any difference, they can't make any difference. Without any quality, today we are talking about the quality, not comparing between the Karnataka or Delhi or Karnataka and Andhra Pradesh. We have to compare ourselves with the entire world and different countries. So the quality of education matters a lot, and we are trying our best to see that all our government institutions and schools and colleges are up to the standards, and the quality education is being provided, and all the infrastructure. Along with the infrastructure, the learning system also we are trying to reform the way they've been taught, because the quality of education is very important. Because if you look at the ACER report, the quality of teaching, it's below 40%. Even among the 40%, they are able to only read, not write. So the quality in education has been very poor, let it be private or government. In both the sectors, we are facing a lot of challenges. We are focusing a lot on the education, quality of education, and skilling the citizens, and particularly younger sections and the women in particular. And with regard to the public safety, public space management is very essential with regard to encouraging the children to open up, to play, or to leisurely walk around or spend time, because fitness is very important. Basic things, the foundation, the basic foundation for any good society, to build a strong society, the basic things matters a lot. Fitness and a good nutrition, good sleep. But these are the basic things, but we ignore these things. These are the basic foundation. On those foundation, we can build a strong personality and a strong society. We are trying to emphasize each and everything. Whatever, we are not ignoring any front, any section. We are trying to take in all the verticals, and we are focusing in all the section, even with regard to the health management. We are trying to have an effective delivery system in health management, making use of the technology. Even the electoral roll management and the target groups, we know which target group we request what kind of services. Each family, we map each family, so that what is the strength of that family, whether they've been employed, they're houseless, Are they been having what kind of education? What are the other problems they've been facing? And we are able to completely map all the constituents, and we're trying to effectively work with them and make a difference. Even with all these things, we face a challenge that is trust deficit. Basically, political system, the biggest lagging is the credibility. Even with all these things, they just put us all in the general, with all the same boat. They making a difference or getting their confidence is a big challenge, particularly in political system or political rep. As a member of Legislative Assembly or member of Parliament, I think that we face the same challenge, but we have to overcome over the time. Even we do it with a good intention, always they think it will be of some selfish motive only. It's a process being educated people. Even then it doesn't matter, because we have been blessed and we are in a better position. We have come here with a purpose to encourage and help the people and empower them. With this intention, when we are working, it doesn't matter. These are the challenges what we have been facing. Just I wanted to share with all of you the good side and the bad side. And it's a journey, let us keep going. Basically, the biggest challenge in public life is the operation O&M. O&M, operation and maintenance of most of the basic services, is a big challenge. We are trying to do our best and see that O&M will be well controlled, well within the manageable levels, and see that the quality of life. And we are trying to be a role model for the entire country with regard to my constituency. My constituency should be the role model for the entire country. How a constituency can be managed, that's what we want to show all other our colleagues, so that they can also replicate in their constituency. This is my goal. Thank you. I should thank the World Women Economic Forum founders for having such a wonderful platform to encourage and empower the women. I think it's something mind-blowing, and a organization doing such a wonderful job, more than a government, I think, probably. I wish them all the best in their future endeavors. Let them do well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Narayana, for sharing the information with us, the good and the bad. More good, definitely, though. Thank you. With that, I'd like to formally open this session. We're in conversation with the leaders of the decade in innovation. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, and it's an honor to have on stage with us Dr. Blossom Kochhar, founder and chairperson of one of the most popular skincare brands. You know it, Aroma Magic. A very warm welcome to you, Doctor. I request Mr. Anshu Gupta, founder and director of the Goonj Foundation, to please join us. Extending a very warm round of applause to Mr. Anshu Gupta. Dixie, Gillaspie. Elissa, Freiha will be joined by the speakers as they arrive, because we're starting 2 minutes before time. Joanna Salgado, Ranjna Patel, Shelina Mawani, welcoming on stage Shelina Mawani, co-founder of Nana's Kitchen, coming all the way from Canada. Woo! Also a part of the All family. Susroni Bommidala. Do we have you with us? Welcome, Susroni. Being joined by our youngest panelist. Arvind just whispered to me, her name means a golden gift. Beautiful. A very warm welcome to you. She's an intern at GMR at the Cebu International Airport, Cebu.
I would like to invite Dr. Bharat Meena as well, special guest from Government of Karnataka, to please join us. Also joined here by Dr. Rupa Vasudevan. Thank you. So we will announce for the balanced panelists as they come in. We will take the opportunity to start the session, which we've already softly started already.
And with my wife, welcome. Yes, as an honor, special honor.
Thank you very much. So I think I'm a wrong man to start it because I don't speak good. And I don't come to these forums to talk about the magnificent Mumbai and Hyderabad airport. You know, my role is different because, some of you must be knowing about Gunj, what we are trying to do. I'll not explain much because I should explain that? Okay. So I'll tell you that also. So basically, what we are trying to do is that we are trying to remove the word charity, which is related to the second-hand material. So if you talk about old cloth, utensil, footwear, whatever. Across the globe, we have always treated that as the first part of charity. I mean, the moment a disaster happens, we think that we have to give away our old clothes, utensil, footwear, whatever. Or it is a highly charitable subject-object. Years back, we started talking about cloth as a basic need, and which is just one part of our major work. And we said that you talk about 3 basic needs of humankind, and you say roti, kapda, makan, food, cloth, and shelter. And then cloth you remember when a disaster happens. So you need a flood to be flooded with clothes. Or cloth you give to people, when you have it and you don't need it. So it's like a charitable act. So we started asking people that if you talk about 3 basic needs, you say food, cloth, and shelter. And when you talk about development issues across the globe, you have 150 issues, from domestic violence to global warming today. From Millennium Development Goal to Sustainability Goal to Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, whatever you call it. You have all kind of issues. How come clothing is not written as a subject? Which is such a basic need. I mean, all of us are not wearing clothes because we are feeling cold. We are wearing clothes because it is equal to dignity. Simple. We also ask that if earthquake is a disaster, flood is a disaster, how come winters are not a disaster? Why don't we have figures of people who die or suffer due to lack of clothing in winters? We call, in our work, Gunj is only known for working on non-issues, as we say. And just to share, because now, since she said it, so let me share it in the next couple of minutes. In my journalism days in the city of Delhi, I had come from Dehradun. 1991, I was roaming around in Old Delhi and suddenly saw this rickshaw on which in Hindi it was written, Lavaris Lash Uthane Wala, which means a person who picks up unclaimed, abandoned dead bodies for the local police. Imagine, a person's full-time job was to pick up unclaimed, abandoned dead bodies. I spent about a week with him, early morning on the footpath outside LNJP hospital till late in the night, because Delhi has a sizable chunk of homeless people. A lot of people die, suffer, due to lack of various things. A few thousand people every year, we all know that. 2 statements came up. I'm just trying to open up the subject on the non-issues, and how so many things which we take for granted are actually not so easy for millions and millions of people in this country and in the world. So this person, whose name was Habib Bhai because he's no more, we lost him about a couple of years back. He actually said that in winters my work goes up, and many times I have so much of work that I cannot handle it. And to my utter surprise, every 24 hours in the range of 4 or 5 kilometers where he was able to take his rickshaw, he was picking up 10 to 12 dead bodies. And in the summers, it used to be 4 to 5. He had a little daughter called Bano, who is a grown-up lady now, who gave the most shocking statement in Hindi. She said कि जब मुझे ठंड लगती है, तो मैं लाश के साथ चिपक कर सो जाती हूँ. She says, when I feel cold, I hug the dead body and sleep. It does not trouble me. Honest, I took many years to understand that, because I always thought that dead body is cold, and that's what you all know. I never understood the completion part of it. We started working on clone with a simple mission. We said A will make it subject and issue. B will challenge the way it is operating. So the moment a person, me and you say, I want to donate cloth, we will object, we will try to correct you, and we say that, listen, boss, you want to donate, you discard. I mean, something which you have already used to the core, with what right call it donation. Let's be truthful to every single person who is using a second material. If that person respects it, that person gives it, this person is a low class, middle class, upper class, whatever. We said if the biggest asset of village people in this country, I can talk about the world, but I'm talking about this country right now, is the self-respect, is dignity. You do not find beggars in the villages. Begging is a city phenomenon. So somewhere the charity has to stop, because there is no place in the world where charity is sustained and the development happened. So today, at a very large scale, we do this cloth for work, where we take up large-scale development activities. We make roads, we dig well, we clean ponds, we make bamboo bridges, very large-scale activities. And then people are rewarded with material. So cloth, utensil, footwear, say almost about 3,000 tons of material which we collect from the cities. We give it to people as a reward with a lot of dignity. It has also come up as a parallel currency. So a few years back, when we were chosen by NASA as one of the game-changing innovation, a very beautiful sentence came up which said that this is the genesis of a parallel economy, which is not cash-based but trash-based. So something which has been charitable, something where you always treated so-called poor people as beneficiary. In our game, they are the stakeholders, they are the doers, they are the givers. They give in a currency called labor, they are paid in a currency called material. It's a revival of India's strength of Shramdan, community labor. It's also the revival of traditional Indian barter economy with two new currencies, labor and material. That's what we are trying to do in a nutshell. But let me now speak what I wanted to. I didn't want to speak much about Goon. We are now about 600 people, 12 offices, big offices, 3,000 tons of material every year, which we deal with. We started with about 6 or 7 units of personal clothing. Today we deal with even old generator, furniture, whatever. Come to Sarita Vihar in Delhi and see that whenever you have time, or in many other cities. We work in parts of 22 states. Person who is coming from average middle class family of India, from Dehradun. As an institution, as an individual, we have also received the best possible recognitions and awards, including a Magsaysay, which we only used to study in history. Good to clap, but to be honest, after 18 years of this work, we are going through an absolute journey. And maybe that is the reason I accepted to come here, because it's important to talk to all of you. I always tell people that, with all these beautiful CV which I just presented of individual and of the organization, if before sleeping I put my hand here, honestly, and ask myself, show me 100 faces where the life is totally changed because of us, the answer, the honest answer is very, very tough. And then as a speaker or as a jury, you go to all these seminars, workshops, big conferences, and you find every single person sitting here claiming 100,000 lives changed. I always ask myself, I always ask all these people, that if every one of us is changing 100,000 lives, how come the life is not changing? And are we really honest enough to accept that there is something fundamentally wrong? Are we really ready to accept that there is something beyond full-page ad, big hoardings all across the country? Because the fact remains, the water is still not available, the toilets are still not available for many, many decades. Migration is not stopped, poverty is not gone. Not even iota of that is gone. And you know, this country does not lack in resources, whether it is human resource or natural resource. Many of us are sitting here with very beautiful intentions, but somewhere I personally feel the priorities are missing. Somewhere we are not able to see what is bothering us. I'll just give you a couple of examples before I go, just to give you something to think through and start looking at things in a different perspective. Today, if you go to a private school, which unfortunately in India are called public schools, which are hardcore private schools, every third, fourth kid you find wearing spectacles or glasses. If you go to a government school, a municipality school, a village school, how many kids do you see wearing glasses? All of us with our common sense understand that chances of their eyes being weak are much, much more. My question to all the doers and decision makers and opinion leaders and planning people is, education is hampering because the teacher-student ratio is wrong, education policy is wrong, or education is also hampering because the kid cannot see. At Goonj, our stories are very emotional, but our work is hardcore logistics. We move about 3,000 tons of material from the biggest possible cities to the remotest part of the country. In the last 18 years, we have used thousands of trucks. We all know how Indian trucks are. Heat, dust, long working hours, no current, no light on the roads. In the last 18 years, I have not seen even 18 truck drivers wearing glasses. My question to the world is that accidents are happening because the dog comes on the road, as this is often said for the roads, or the roads are really bad, or accidents are also happening because the driver cannot see. Please understand, the issues of this country are totally different. What is seen is not an issue. What is invisible is the issue. And if we start talking about mosquitoes and stop making tall claims and discussing about malaria, I'm 100% sure things will change. The spectacles, the glasses for that kid or for the driver are mosquitoes. When we started working on cloth, 2004-05, we were about 7-8 years old. We realized that there is a acute shortage of clothing in this country. 2 women sharing 1 sari is the most common story. Blouse petticoat is a distant dream for crores, not millions, of women. We asked a very basic question. Every single woman across the globe needs a piece of cloth, which is now called sanitary pad. Very taboo subject. You go to the market, buy the best possible cup, the pad, ultra thin or whatever. The chemist will start wrapping from the counter itself because there is a culture of shame and silence. We ask that if you do not have enough to wear, from where and how you bring that piece of cloth. Why I'm talking about non-issues? If you would have gone on Google like me in 2004-05, you would have typed sanitary pad, sanitary napkin, any kind of synonym. The best possible tampons and cups from all across the globe were available, not even a single research in India, no problem statement, no solution. We were shocked, we didn't know even H of health. We were shocked because we thought that this is a country where you have huge amount of microfinance, self-help group, Anganwadis, everywhere the target is women. We said, how come the women is, we are not talking about it. We started traveling across the country and believe me, the situation is as it is. Let me explain in a minute. They use the dirtiest piece of cloth because for them it's a synonym of dirt. They wash it, they cannot dry it in sunlight because of obvious reasons. Then we found that in the race of development, to provide water, we put up public taps. Public taps in the name of public convenience are always put up at a public place. So there is no privacy even to take a bath. How do you really wash that piece of cloth? With moisture and dust, they wear that piece again. We found if you have 2 to 3 women and girls in the family, their cycles are different. They share the same piece of cloth. Not only in the family, it is also shared with the village. Millions is a small word again, is a very small number, just a population of a few colonies in India. Crores of women are using sand, ash, jute bags, rugs, rags, newspapers, dry grass, leaf, plastic sheet, used sanitary pad to cow dung. Anything and everything which can stop or absorb is used as a sanitary pad. We have cases where a lady used a piece of blouse which had a hook, she died of tetanus. We found a case in Tamil Nadu where a centipede entered and the lady died. These are non-issues. These are the mosquitoes. It's important, just the last message to you, that it's important to start talking about these non-issues. It's important to start taking action on these non-issues so that the life really changes. Again, I'm saying that what is visible is not the problem here. What is invisible is the problem here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anshu, for that very, very moving opening for this session. I will now request Dr. Shakila T. Shamsu, OST, Department of Higher Education, Ministry of Human Resource Development, Government of India, to please speak a few words. Ma'am.
Good evening to all of you. I must at the outset thank the organizers and particularly Rupa Vasudevan, who's been quite persistent on my attending this big event that is being organized. And I must say that had it not been for you, I wouldn't have known of such a major event taking place in this part of the country. Thank you. I would really like to say that what Anshu has just spoken to us has been quite an eye-opener. And on the last issue that you were talking about the sanitary hygiene of women, at least we in the Ministry of HRD in the last CABE meeting that we had, it's a Central Advisory Board on Education, which is the highest advisory board on education. We did have the Minister of Women and Child, and this issue about sanitary hygiene was talked about. And as far as our school children are concerned, we have a lot of NGOs now roping in so that these are provided free of cost to the secondary school children. And it is an issue, and like Anshu said, what we don't see and what we don't like to acknowledge, we treat them as being non-issues, but which are very critical. And I thought, before I let that thought go, let me talk on that. But rather than talking about things in a continuity, I've been a teacher all throughout. I've started my career as a lecturer in a college in Bombay University, and thereon moved on to an open university. But what really changed my career path was when I joined the Planning Commission as a joint advisor for HRD, and where then I came into education planning and policy making. And that's when I then moved on to the Ministry of HRD. So I am not a bureaucrat like Mr. Bharat Meena sitting there. I'm just an academic who happens to be with the Ministry of HRD and handling new education policy at the moment. Prior to that, I did handle the making of the working group report, which went into the 12th planned document of the Planning Commission, which no longer exists, but which is now substituted, as we all know, by the Niti Aayog, and which does the same work more or less in terms of a think tank, except that it does no longer do the work of allocation of resources for the state governments, which was one of the major activities that we did and we handled in the Planning Commission. I am convinced, and coming from a second-generation Muslim family from Kerala, settled in Maharashtra, I am convinced that it is only education that transforms individuals, nations, and societies. And I believe that it is very important for women to understand that if at all our society has not been able to move ahead, it's because of us. Let me tell you that the fairer sex is the greatest oppressor within the family itself. Let us introspect. I'm sure when we have roles being decided between our children, boys and girls, we surely go by the stereotypes. We do not like boys to clean the dining table as soon as we finish dinner. That's where you already embed in young boys a feeling where they are considering themselves as superior. And we as women, as mothers, as sisters, as daughters, as mother-in-laws, in whatever role we are, I think we have a much larger responsibility for trying to inculcate the right kind of values and the right type of societal attitudes in our children. And most of our social problems that we face today are emanating from this fact. So I always try to point a finger at myself, at some of the problems that exist. Now, coming from the home environment to the factor that since I handle education, I must not use this forum really to talk about what the ministry or the government of India is doing in terms of education. But let me tell you that as a subject, education remains a very important social sector, both for the state governments and the government of India. But what one really tries to grapple with is the sheer numbers. Now, we set ourselves certain targets in terms of trying to improve the gross enrollment ratio at the primary level, at the secondary level, go on to the higher education, and we are somewhere at a very fairly advantageous stage since what we were in the 11th plan and the 12th plan period, where we are somewhere around 24.6 in the GER in the higher education level, and setting ourselves a target of reaching about 30% by 2020. That's the target that we have, which is more or less somewhat like what we think in terms of the global averages. But what we are now trying to grapple from the three aspects of access, equity, and excellence is that while we have provided access at elementary level by almost universalizing it and with the Right to Education Act, almost bringing about changes at secondary education levels, we are really trying to grapple with issues of equity in education, because there are wide social diversities that exist between social groups in terms of their educational achievements. And so you have the scheduled castes, the scheduled tribes, women, the so-called educationally backward socio-economic groups not having the same kind of educational achievements or participation, rather, forget the achievement, the participation as we would like with the general population. So grappling with that, and India being a country with huge diversities, when we deal with education in the left-wing extremist affected areas, which we call as mostly the Maoist areas, when we deal with education of children in tribal areas, when we deal with education of children in the hilly areas, these are some of the challenge areas, plus children who are always with migrating population. In Maharashtra, for example, for the sugarcane farmers who migrate as a family, the children go with the family because it's not something that only the father and the mother go alone. So the children go along and they have a break in their studies. So you think in terms of mobile schooling for them. So it is not that there are no efforts, but efforts fall short of what the country needs. It's always a challenge to meet with those numbers. And we must understand that education remains an aspirational goal. It's every parent's aspiration that the child should be educated, should be able to be in a better position than what the parent is. We, as the privileged ones sitting in this ivory tower, might feel that, okay, my child should be going to a foreign university and acquiring a qualification there. But even the common person, and maybe the housemaid that works in our house, has an aspiration that his or her child should be able to get a better education than what he or she had. Now, I would not like to really bore all of you all with what the government is really thinking, but I must say that we've been making quite a few achievements through many of our schemes and through many of our initiatives. And currently the thrust has been on improving. We have a challenge. It's like a pyramid. You increase access, but at the same time you should be able to achieve equity and try to provide for inclusive education. And here again, in the type of inclusive education, I must say that the government is taking a lot of steps to deal with those who are differently abled, not just differently abled in terms of the physical disabilities, but also who are having a lot of learning disabilities. So trying to bring autistic children into the mainstream, trying to bring children who have dyslexia into the mainstream, These are some of the concerns, because you cannot have a sustainable achievement unless you bring these eliminated sections into the mainstream of education. And the thrust has been in the recent times on improving the quality of education across all levels. The public representative from Karnataka has spoken about the ACER report. And yes, there have been those reports really bring out some of the very scathing reflections of what some of our government school systems are. But I must mention that there have been, we have risen or recognized that these are some of the flaws that are there, and we have tried to empower our teachers to see that these kind of deficiencies are rectified. So it is an ongoing process. Every attempt to bring about qualitative changes is in a continuum, and it remains an ongoing process. And I must say that it's very easy at certain times to be very critical of what the government does. But one has also got to understand that planning something, making a policy, but actual implementation depends on a lot of people getting together to achieve that. And that is where we've always found stumbling blocks. So I would really thank once again the organizers, and I would say that if women have got to make a difference, all of us need to look at women and be empathetic to them, to educate them, and to empower them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for bringing forth the fact that inclusion, 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 that is the answer, including people so that no one is left behind in the process of education, because that is the start of empowerment. Thank you so much for taking forward the discussion. Mansi.
Thank you, Harbeen. With that, I'd like to also call on stage Dixie Gillaspie, who is amongst us. She's a celebrated business coach and consultant from USA. Welcome, Dixie. Let's give her a warm round of applause. Let's show her how we do this. To continue this beautiful dialogue, I'd like to invite Dr. Blossom Kochhar, the founder and chairperson of Aroma Magic. We all know that. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the Women's Economic Forum, and I would like to thank them for asking me to be here today and to talk to you all. Now, I am a beautician, a spa therapist, an aromatherapist, and I've got a whole lot, and of course also on skilling. So I'll start off with how I started this. I started, of course, with a small salon, and when I wanted to get into this profession, my parents were shocked because they said, you've got this education, how can you go into beauty and hair? It's not done. So I just couldn't go into beauty and hair. And of course, after I got married, my husband was in the army and he was posted to Wellington. And there they asked him, do you know anyone who would take over this a room in the club where you could start a beauty salon. And he knew that was my hobby, so he said, okay, this is a hobby for you, now you can go in and start this. And it was fantastic, of course. I started it, and that's when I knew that it was in a very nascent stage. There was no creams, there was only Charmis and Pond's cream at that time. There was no equipment also to do things. And I'll never forget, the first time I did a threading, it was, one of the instructors, my husband's instructor's wife, and I took away a little bit of hair. Now, I was really scared. So what I did was I gave her a pencil. And I told her, no, you don't need to pay. You can take this pencil. And of course, I penciled it for her. And when she went back and washed her face, I got a call. She said, what have you done? And so then I had to tell her, that is why I gave you the pencil. But she was a fantastic lady, and she in fact helped me. She said, this is a fantastic trait that you have, that you can turn it. So let's do something. So she is the one that encouraged me and got me all the clients. And in fact, that was my, you could say it was my learning. And that's when I came across aromatherapy. Of course, I grew up with aromatherapy when I was in the convent, because when we had exams, they would give us, lavender to smell so that it would keep us calm and we could do the exam. And when we had a cold, they would give us eucalyptus. So that's how I had started. So when I was I had to make my own creams to use it on the ladies. So I had to use, the perfumes. There was no perfumes and I didn't know what they would do. So I used these oils which were available over there. And the people, when they came back to me, they said that they not only, of course, they looked good, but they also were feeling good. Their cold disappeared. They had water retention. So that got me into studying. And of course, I went into aromatherapy in a big way. And that's when I realized that beauty is really holistic. Beauty is not just skin deep. It is holistic. It has to do with your mind, your body, and your soul. So it's very important what you put on your skin and whatever, because your pores are naturally eating. And I always believe that what you eat, you have to be able to put on your skin, and what you put on your skin, you should be able to eat. And that has been my philosophy right through, and it has grown. So from there, so I started with a small salon. And while I was in that salon in Delhi, he was posted back in Delhi, I discovered that again, we had no hairdressers that were real hairdressers. Either they had the skill or they couldn't do it. And in fact, even when I had to practice my hairdressing, I had got a friend's son, and I told him, come, I'll give you a haircut and I'll pay you 20 rupees for that haircut. So, there was no education. So that's how I got Pivot Point Education back into India. Now that is a system that is in 86 countries all over the world. And it is a very scientific and systematic system. And that today has turned out so many fantastic and thousands of hairdressers and beauticians. And we have some very, very famous names like Ambika Pillai, whether the heads of the L'Oreal, the Wella, the thing. So it was really very, very, it made me feel good. Also, we were able to help a lot of the challenged, especially the hearing challenged. So a lot of them, their lives had changed. From there, it went, so skilling was another part. And even till today, we do a lot of skilling with the government. I'm very much in there with the government, where we do skilling, because skilling is something that can really work. And of course, from there it went into skilling, it went into a cosmetic. By then my husband had left the army, and it went into a cosmetic, and it went into a cosmetic factory which started small. And then it was, since I was in it, in the beauty line and in the cosmetic line and hands-on, and also making things with the factory. And that's when I didn't go into a herbal product or a normal product. I went into an aromatherapy product, because aromatherapy works through your sense of smell, and it also works in your body. But at that time, when I started the cosmetic and I opened a salon and called it a bar, aromatherapy bar, hair and beauty salon, we had a lot of men coming there, to find out what is this bar all about, and I had to change it. So that's how we started with the aromatherapy. And from there, it grew into a complete, all over the country, all over the world. And this is my philosophy, that it has to be natural. And the other thing that we're going into right now is green salons. Because I believe that no chemicals, we have to look into the environment, like we were saying. We have to look into the environment because it is very important. Not just environment, but into us. The cosmetic has to be as pure as what you can eat. You should pick up that cosmetic and eat it. And also the environment and all the stuff. Now in a salon, we have lotions, we have, dyes, we have so many things. We have to go in to see that it is as natural as possible. Even the atmosphere has to be absolutely green. Green, not in the color, but green means we have to save on electricity, on our water, on everything else, so that there is no pollution. So that is something now that we are going into. And of course, I must say, I don't regret ever going into beauty. It's the most fantastic profession that there is, because it is so innovative. And the whole thing is, have to be innovative, keep on changing. You have to reinvent yourself all the time, because it is a thing that is always changing, and change is important. It's a fantastic profession to be in, and there's always something to do. And thank you.
Thank you, Doctor, for inspiring your story in such beautiful words. We love listening to you, every bit of it. Such a diverse experience journey. Thank you so much for being here and for sharing that with us. I'll take this opportunity to invite on stage Nandini Verma, the India head of Bloomberg Foundation.
Nandini is doing amazing work in preventing tobacco use. So she's been part of a campaign which she single-handedly led, a campaign for tobacco-free kids at the Bloomberg Foundation. And she's the one responsible, to the chagrin of many people, of getting 85% tax and very gory pictures, visuals done on cigarette packets. So Nandini is the person behind it. Thank you, Nandini, for joining us.
I love how the diversity of this panel keeps expanding. Beautiful. I'd like to call on the podium now Dixie Gillaspie from the USA. We welcome you to speak with us. She's a celebrated business coach and consultant. Welcome.
Thank you. You know, we have a saying, I think, in almost any culture that is, God's will be done, or if it pleases God. And one thing I have learned is that while our human desire can definitely get out of alignment with divine will, our soul's desire cannot. So when I received the email from Dr. Harbin, my first thought was, I can't possibly go to India, but because I'm kind of known for not accepting can't for an answer, of course, I came up with a lot of logical reasons why I shouldn't go to India. So there are a lot of aspects of myself that wanted very much to say no. After about 30 years of chronic pain, and the last year kind of a mystery illness, which turned out to be due to mold, who knew? I knew that 24 hours of travel was going to be a challenge. And after a year of not taking new clients, and thank goodness I had my writing to sustain my budget, but the part of my brain that budgets said, we're not going to India, are you crazy, right? There were many parts of me that said, you're not going to India, but my soul said, you're going to India. So here I am. No matter how much we say we think in business, the truth is, and we know this in marketing, and we know this as entrepreneurs, and all of you know this because I see heads going like this. In everything that we do, we don't just think. we feel, right? So if you want somebody to buy something, we know in marketing, you don't logically talk them into buying something. You make them feel as though they cannot live without whatever it is that you want them to buy. And where does feeling really come from? We talk about heart. For a lot of years, I talked about heart in business as entrepreneurs. And I've come to understand that it goes far deeper than that in business. So what is an entrepreneur? How many of you consider yourself entrepreneurs? So there's this idea that says in order to be an entrepreneur, you have to own a business. Is that why some of you did not raise your hand? You don't own a business, right? So I'm a little bit of a word geek, a little bit. So of course I had to go see where entrepreneur, the word, comes from. And it doesn't mean somebody who owns a business. Entrepreneur actually comes, originally it was most known in the French, but it meant one who has an undertaking. One who has an undertaking, not one who owns a business. One who has an undertaking. So when you own your truth and you own your power and you own your purpose, you have an undertaking. Now, how many of you are entrepreneurs? How many of you have an undertaking? Right, right. I have a life. My business is simply a vehicle, right? I happen to own my own business. But for many years, I worked for somebody else. I was still an entrepreneur because that was my undertaking. Whatever it was, I undertook to do to bring value into the world and receive value for that was my undertaking. I was an entrepreneur long before I owned my own business. There was a time, not so very long ago, about 10 years. It's interesting that this is all about decades because it's been about 10 years, when I was very afraid that I did not know enough to do what I'm doing. How many of you have been afraid you don't know enough? Or somebody's going to tell you that you're wrong about something, or that you have to have a degree or some letters after your name before what you know means anything. You don't have the credibility if you don't know enough. And there was a time when I was afraid too that if I revealed some things about my past, that I was raised in occasionally an abusive home, that I had experienced rape, that I had been beaten, that not only would I not be credible because I didn't know enough, I wouldn't be credible because people would assume I wasn't stable enough. Because we all know anyone who has experienced adversity can't be stable, right? So I had a fear I didn't know enough, and I had a fear that I wouldn't be considered stable enough. And then until very recently, the last year in fact, I was afraid if I actually spoke about my spiritual practice, if I spoke about my soul, and the fact that my soul comes to the table in business just as much as it comes with me when I put my head on my pillow at night, that I wouldn't be considered material enough to be a business coach. That people would say, oh, she's gone woo-woo on us. And no one would take me seriously. How many of you have fears? You don't have to raise your hand. We know that everyone has fears. We're human. As I heard today, you know, we are souls in a human body, so we're human. And part of what we come to experience as human is what it means to have fear, because of course as divine soul we have no fear. Why would we? But as humans we have fears. But when we listen to soul, we understand that those fears are just part of our human journey. Okay? So when I finally had the opportunity to speak to Harbin, I asked her, how did you find me? Why am I coming to India? Some of you have had that experience too, right? You get the email and you say, I think there's been a mistake. And then you think, how in the world did you even find me? Because for the last year, while I was coping with illness, I didn't do any marketing, I didn't do any PR, I didn't even promote my book. I was doing nothing to put myself out there, and somehow this woman found me. And she said, you've already answered the question, because we've been talking about soul. She said, you've already answered the question. Our souls found each other. And she'd been reading my writing, and she said, it's like you embrace business with one arm and you embrace soul with the other, and you just bring them together. How do you do that? And my first thought was, I do that? What do you mean, how do I do that? I don't even know that I do that. But the truth is, we all do that unless we deny our soul, right? Because we are all walking through the world as soul, no matter what we're doing, no matter what our occupation at the time. So we're either embracing it or we're denying it. But when you embrace your truth, and you embrace your power, and you embrace your purpose, you also embrace your journey. And I think most of us have things in our journey that cause fear. Most of us have things in our journey that make us doubt. Most of us have things in our journey even that we feel maybe we should be ashamed of. And yet it's that journey that brought us here. Each and every one of us. So I'm betting that everyone in this room actually is an entrepreneur, that you have an undertaking. I know that everyone in this room has a soul, and every one of you has had fear. And there was a time that I would have been afraid to come, a time I would have been afraid to stand and speak to you about soul and business. But I'm here because that time is not now. That time was, it may come again, because there are always doubters and haters, right? Because there are people who have fear, and people who have fear have doubts, and they hate. And fear sometimes answers fear. But in this place, that time is not now for us to have fear. This is a time for us to have faith. Harbin shared with me a word which I did not write down and can't pronounce, and I'm hoping she will share it with you. But we were talking about the truth in the Hindi language, and we talked a little bit about Maya. And then we were talking about confidence, and she said that the Hindi word for confidence literally translates to faith and soul.
It's Atma Vishwas. So Atma and Vishwas.
Vishwas.
Atma is your soul, and Vishwas is faith in your soul.
Well, there you have it. To have the confidence to be here, we had to have faith in our soul. Right? So you may think that a business coach is just about business. Business is simply one way that we offer value to the world. It's one way. We, all of us, have our way of offering value to the world. It's why you're here. So I want you to know that even though I talked about challenges and getting here, the challenges followed me right up to the fact that I went back to the room, decided to take a quick shower, and my hairdryer decided to blow cold air. Challenges will come up. Little things, big things, hairdryers that want to blow cold air. But that faith in soul, that we are here for that journey, that we are here because that journey brings us to the next place that we have to go, that's what creates rebirth. That's what creates value. So we talk about innovation, and we talk about enterprise, and we talk about entrepreneurship, and all of those things are born inside. We talk about business. Do you know what a business really is? Business is simply one or more people creating something that has enough value that one or more other people are willing to compensate them for it. People on one hand, people on the other hand. That's all business is. And if every person has a soul, then business is simply a soul-to-soul conversation. So even though I can't actually see you because my glasses stayed in the room, I still see you. I see a room full of entrepreneurs who have an undertaking, who are here because they had faith in their soul and they came. And I want to thank you all for being here. Namaste.
So very beautiful, Dixie. Your words have touched us, and we really do believe at this beautiful gathering that important encounters are planned by the souls long before the bodies actually meet each other. So we're all connected from far away and long time back. So thank you for reinstilling that thought. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to call and invite Shelina Mawani. Please, Shelina, would you join us on the podium? She's the co-founder of Nana's Kitchen from Vancouver, Canada. Welcome. Over to you.
Good evening, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I want to share my gratitude as this is my first time at this beautiful forum, and the room is full of vibrant energy, and we had the opportunity to hear so many people. My name is Shelina Mawani, and I'm from Canada, and I'm a co-founder of the company called Nana's Kitchen and Hot Sauce Limited. We had our share of failures, and although Nana's Kitchen may be viewed as a successful company today, I still see my success through my failures. And believe me, the amount of failures we have seen, if failures could be dollars, I would be a very wealthy woman today. My journey started in '99 when me and my sister Naseem opened a small restaurant which was a total failure. Closed the restaurant down in 2000, sat on a table and said, what do we do now? So we were totally blank. And we fell into this business blindly. There was absolutely no homework, no research done as to where we are heading. We fell into a deep hole. Without knowing, we went deeper and deeper each day. And we chose a product that we loved, not what the consumer demand was. We chose to produce samosas. Vancouver, British Columbia is heavily populated with the South Asian community. And there were so many different samosas in the market. And what I thought, that I could make a difference to that market. And that was my biggest failure. Failure came to me and went deeper and deeper. My soul sisters today, business and success comes with fear. Fear is fear everything and run, or fear everything and rise. And that's what we two sisters decided to do. We embarked on this journey, started with only 2 people, me and my sister. She would cook, I would go door to door, selling samosas to small cafeterias, to small universities, to gas stations. It was a hard journey, and then in 2003, we landed our biggest account. People from USA knows it's Safeway, with 500 stores in Canada and 1,000 stores in the US. Right now, it's a proud moment to share that we are all across North America and as far as Alaska and Hawaii. We as a company are all about empowering women. We have hired over 50 women who have moved to Canada with minimum English. And today, it just brings tears to my eyes that they are in the most powerful position today. they are in management position. They have excelled in English language. They have excelled themselves. And as a company, we believe in giving back to the community. Again, coming back to our failures, if I take a poll in this room right now, I'm sure there'll be a lot of hands up right now saying, who hasn't gone through failures? But in failures, keep your head high. Believe in yourself. As a woman, day and night, you can do it. And your slogan should be, as a woman, I can do it. I'm powerful and I can do it. And that's my message to you today and every day. There was a time that I would wake up in the middle of the night, tossing up and down, and my husband used to wake up and say, if you're going to toss up and down throughout the night, will you not be overdrawn at the bank tomorrow morning? Yes, I was overdrawn at the bank every single day. How do I call the bank manager? I had to practice. What am I going to say? Good morning, Mike. This is Shelina. I think I'm overdrawn today. Can you get me a dago? I was becoming a champion in bouncing my receivables to the payables. I'm sure a lot of people have gone through this. So keep your heads high. Take care in the midst of all this stress. Don't forget to look after your families. And that's my biggest regret. My kids grew up and I was working 17, 18 hours a day. So my advice to you today, work hard. Always work hard. And don't be afraid. Don't take this stigma upon yourself to say, I'm not doing well. And that's the stigma that I put upon myself. And we have heard so much today about, as a woman, we are afraid to say, I'm not doing well. Don't be afraid to ask for help. There's so much help. Network, come out. Don't be afraid. Be in the social media, network, and definitely success will come. In 2007, we are the only HACCP BRC certified plant in British Columbia. And you would ask me, what is HACCP? HACCP, the NASA used it in the early 70s and the 80s. We have an inspector sitting on site. Everything from the product coming in, from the product going out is checked by the inspector. Every box is stamped. Every box is stamped before going out. It has to go through so many checkups. If there's a recall, we are the first ones to say, we can do this. We can recall, if there's a beef recall, there's a chicken recall, we can immediately get onto that. So my soul sisters, ladies and gentlemen, my last message to you is work hard and believe in yourself and never ever feel that you are alone. As I say, there is so much help out. Thank you very much for letting me share this story. And it's a proud moment for me that I am speaking today on my ancestors' homeland. My ancestry is from India, but my generations and generations have been in Africa. So it's a proud moment for me that I'm sharing this platform on my ancestry's homeland. And it's a pleasure to be back to talk in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much. Very, very powerful. Just thank you for leaving us with this, that anything's possible. It's as simple as that. Thank you. Your life is a testimony of that. Thank you. I'd like to call next Nandini Verma to please share her powerful journey as well with us. Thank you.
Good evening. For me, this is a very special occasion, and probably I'm the only one in this room who has a dual relationship with our lovely Harbeen. Not only is she my sister, she's also my sister-in-law. And I know they say that behind every man there is a successful woman, but in this case, I would like to share with you all a little secret. It is one man. Some of you have probably interacted with him, some of you have probably not. He's modest, he's humble, he's understated. And that is Vinay Rai, my brother and Harbeen's husband. Vinay had a dream and a vision for his lovely wife. He wanted to propel her into a place in the world which would be rightfully hers. All of you who know and love her would understand why I'm saying this. 3 years ago, when he first conceived the idea of the WEF, we laughed. My other sister here, Suman, and I were so diffident and skeptical, and we said to him, "Bhai, how will you ever do this?" And he said, "Give me time." And I said to him, "You are trying to achieve what has taken people and huge organizations years to achieve in terms of the World Economic Forum, which is held annually in Davos." He proved me wrong in no time at all. And today we have ladies from how many countries, Harbeen? 110 countries. If that is not an achievement, what is? But getting back to my own story. 2.5 years ago, I was broken and shattered by the death of my beloved mother, who was my world. I had spent 40 very successful years in the corporate business, but her death shook the ground under my feet. She was in ICU in a coma for 21 days. For those 21 days, Vinay Rai and Harbeen did not leave my side, giving me strength and support. They were at my mother's cremation and encouraged me to do her last rites, which normally in India is always done by the son. But they gave me that status. After her last rites, I felt my life was over. I was suicidal, I'd gone into a depression, and I did not want to live. It was Harbeen and Vinay who day in and day out struggled to get me out of this depression. I had got an offer from the Bloomberg Foundation to head their cause in India. And I would say to Harbeen and Vinay Bhai, I don't know anything about social work. I've always been in the corporate world. Why are you forcing me to do this? And they would literally slap me into shape and say, "We don't know you. You are not our sister if you don't take on this challenge." It was they who made me go to Washington, D.C. and meet Matthew Myers, the head of the Campaign for Tobacco-Free Kids. It was they who got me an office in Suman's hotel. It was they who, in fact, reinstated me and gave me a new life. And to them, I am ever grateful. Today, I head the Bloomberg Foundation in India, fighting for the cause of tobacco control, taking on the tobacco industry, which has huge, deep pockets. We do not believe in throwing money. We believe in educating key stakeholders, policymakers, and the community at large. So we work at two levels. We work at the political level to educate parliamentarians, policymakers, and at the other hand, through public health institutions, we work with communities. In the 2 years that I have, little over 2 years that I've been there, the graphic pictorial warnings on tobacco packs in India used to be a meager 20% on one side. We have got it up to 85% on both sides. In all the movie theaters in India, you have very, very strong messaging against tobacco. Today, my life is dedicated to getting the highest taxation for tobacco under the new goods and services tax, which is going to come into being on the 1st of July. Today, I'm once again strong, I'm once again confident, and once again, I believe in myself. And for that, I have two people to thank, Harbeen and Vinay, and I'm sorry if I'm getting emotional, but they have given me a new life. And I would like to call on stage my brother Vinay and publicly thank him for what he has done, not just for me, but for all of you who are here today. Vinay bhai, are you here? Please, please, you have to. You cannot say no to your sister. And I would like to call on stage Suman Gehlot, who has stood by me in my struggle and fight. Suman, we have a custom in India where once a year we tie a thread of affection and respect on our brothers. Both Suman and I do that to Vinay. And I know that all of you are going to respect these two wonderful people. Guria, I want you here, please. These are the two most special people in my life, and I know they mean a lot to all of you. God bless you all. Thank you, Bharat. Please keep coming back and please keep in touch, because these two wonderful human beings have a way of connecting people which nobody else can. We are blessed to have them with us. Thank you.
Sometimes words are not necessary. With that, I'd like to invite Susroni Bommidala to come and speak with us and light up our lives. She's the golden light.
Hello all. I thank the organizers for having me up here. So I have a quick question for all of you guys. Have you ever wondered if the historians, the people who wrote the Vedas and all our stuff that we end up reading in schools and colleges, saying that women are in place of men and men are in place of women? Have you ever thought of it? Probably today, when we talk about women's rights, women empowerment, women everything, we give us a lot of importance. It is true, we need this importance. But how many of us are only doing the talk and not really doing the actions? So I'd like to just say a small story with this. I had this one person in my life who has become a great inspiration for me. She lost her husband when she was very, very young. She had to come back to her parents' family to support her 5 kids, which was a hard task in 1950s. But she stood, and her family stood by her, saying, "No, it is okay, we'll help you through it." At that point, it was also hard for a woman to say, "It is okay, I'll help my father run his small business." Like this, there are many women in our lives who have done different things which are small or which are big, but they are always our inspirations. Being somebody who's coming from a very traditional family from South India, I have always been told what a woman can do and what a woman can't do. I have always had brothers. I'm the only woman in my family, so I've always been told, "You know, you shouldn't be speaking like that because you're a woman. Or you shouldn't be doing that, or you shouldn't do that because you're a woman." But who tells you what you can and what you can't do? Isn't it, at the end of it, just up to you? to decide what you want to do out of the life that you have. So I'd like all of you to just take this minute to understand and reflect back to see what you have all done for both yourself and for the women around you. Because there's this very funny saying in India that women are the enemies of women. So let's just make life simpler for us. Can we just have the maids' kids or the maids that are working in our homes actually get empowered by the knowledge that we end up learning through these forums and other conferences we go to? Can we share with them the basics of what it means to give back to the society? And one by one, we slowly shall empower the women around us. At the end of it, I'd like to say only one thing. You can always achieve anything you want, because we are different from other animals. We have the brains. And women are much smarter, trust me. They are smarter because we have something called as Jugaad, the Indian innovation. And women are experts in it. You ask them how to fix a small problem that is happening in the house, they're very quick and they do it very innovatively. Just bring that ideas, that knowledge into your business world or into your lives. Implement the same knowledge that you use there and you'll do wonders. When you have other things like entrepreneurship and businesses, it is never too late to experiment, try, and to grow. So why don't you take the step forward to helping people around you, especially the women around you, and see whatever small funding you can give or help them formulate their business ideas or whatever it is to help them succeed in their life. Because it might not make a big difference to us, but it'll make a great difference to them. With this, I'd like to end by only saying, remember to always act on what we say and never to just leave it on paper or words. Thank you.
Thank you. Very empowering. Very, very empowering. I was very pleasantly surprised to hear her voice resound through into this room. Beautiful. I'd like to call upon Mr. Bharat Meena, former IS Officer Advisory. Please come and speak with us, sir. Thank you.
Good evening to all of you. I have been part of, I have attended all 3 World Economic Forum gatherings from Goa to Delhi. I have seen this concept grow, and in 3 years it has grown so much. So my compliments to Madam Harveen and Mr. Rai and all the people who are supporting him in their venture. In the world, what is to be created takes lots of efforts. The good things you create, that requires more efforts. And the bad things one can do doesn't require that much efforts, and you can do it faster. And in the present day world, what is bad makes more noise than what is good. Our legislature, Mr. Ashwath Narayana, he spoke just in the beginning. He has done wonderful work in his constituency as a representative of the people. He has empowered people in that city. But then what he has done doesn't make much noise there. But if something doesn't happen in Bangalore, it's made headline all over the world, all over the globe. Because of the technology, what happens anywhere in the world affects us in that way. In this conference, last 2 days I have been observing whole range of issues and topics they have highlighted. People have shared their experiences, their narration. The madam who spoke about her own story was so touching, that how people make differences in their lives. I think that is the learning from this World Economic Women Economic Forum, which we take it. People from hundreds of countries, they have come here, they have shared their experiences, they are learning from each other. It's a good sight to see. After yesterday's program was closed, some of the ladies were just singing songs. They were enjoying the evening after everything was over. I think that is the learning which is the great contribution of this Women Economic Forum. I'm wondering as to what I should share here. About 2 months back, I was part of the government. I was a civil servant, and I have served the government for more than 31 years. And my entire service in a public domain is more than 37 years. And many people say that you don't look as if you are retired or superannuated. So that is the part of the government in which I worked here. And there, whatever opportunities I could get, I did my best as a civil servant there. Now, I am out of it. I am seeing a lot of entrepreneurs, and I'm learning that entrepreneurship can be started anytime. There are hundreds of examples where people have started their life after 60s, in 70s. The range of hotels which Oberoi built, Leela Group built, I think they started very late in their lives. So it's never late to start good things. So I am also thinking, I am also getting inspired that I should start something on my own, and I should also become an entrepreneur. So I will not talk much about the government, but I would give some milestones of a life of a person. I will relate it to my own story. I was born in a small village in Rajasthan. Rajasthan is northern part of our country. My parents were illiterate. When I graduated, I was the third graduate in that village, which has a population of more than 3,000 people. Third graduate only. And when we grew up, we saw untouchability being practiced there. It's being practiced now also. And even educated people practice, not the illiterate people we say. There was a preference for boys. So we were sent to schools, whereas my sisters were not sent to schools. Last sister, who was younger to us, I took her to Bangalore when I was posted there. I said I will educate her there. But then because of the compulsion, my father called her back and said that no, we can't educate, we can't send her to school. She has to look after us and all that. So she was not educated. Because that girl had a commitment, after she was married off, she continued pursuing education through non-formal way. And she passed MA twice. So she's double MA. I have one of the sisters who can't speak, and she is deaf and dumb by birth. So we took care of her, we supported her economically. That shows the support system. We educated my brothers who were younger to me. I took them to different places, educated them, considering this as my responsibility. Because my parents, though they were illiterate, but they were so great that they gave education to us. Because of education, I could reach this place. Otherwise, it's not possible. So education makes so much difference in our system. So education is the biggest empowerment everywhere, anywhere in the world. So that is what I think we should do. Education, health, helping each other. That is what happens in our part of the country. Our country is a great country. We have huge. Yesterday you saw Baba Ramdev talking about this. He is also self-made person. Today he has spread good things about yoga, about other things. He is teaching about the good aspects of our country. So this nation is a great nation. I have seen it from the governance side. I am seeing it from outside. We have seen it as a society. The Indian system of living, community living, is one of the greatest things to experience. And I am happy that such initiative of Women Economic Forum has started from here. Let it spread everywhere. Let the good message spread everywhere. Let's learn from each other. There's so much to learn. We can never stop learning. From the birth till death, we breathe last. We have so much to learn. And there is no competition for good things. Good things can be done anywhere. Good deeds can be done anywhere. I think that is the message. We should all take it. And as good human beings, we have responsibility of doing something good to others. We all work for ourselves. If we don't work for ourselves, we can't survive. But having done that, what is that we can do for others is also a message we should carry it. Because that is the humanity. We are all humans. As humans, we should always continue to do good things for us, for people who are around us, and for people who need our support. If we are capable of doing something, we should keep doing that thing. That's what I would like to say. I'm happy that I'm part of this. I thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to be part of this conference, and I thank all of you for listening to me. Jai Hind, Jai Kannada.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sharing with us, and thank you also for your undying support to the forum from the onset. And it's just so wonderful to see you in 100% attendance every day, day after day. So thanks for that. He's always got this warm little chair. He's always sitting in that corner of the room. It's wonderful to see. With that, I'd like to call two more speakers on the stage. I call on Pinky Anand, an Indian lawyer and politician, Supreme Court of India. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give her a warm round of applause. In the same breath, I call on Sumana Mukherjee, an independent filmmaker and producer from Kolkata, India. Welcome, Sumana. And of course, a very integral part of the sisterhood of the All family. I know we've heard from Sabina before. Yes, you have. So we'd love for you to say, so we'd love to hear you say a few more words now that we're a bigger gathering, we're a stronger gathering, and we're in the heat of the moment. So let's do this.
I hope I don't bore you guys again. I've done this session. And
just for the panel's benefit, Sabina Chopra is the co-founder of Yatra.com. Yatra is what we Google when we want to buy a ticket. She's moved on since then. She started it, and she's now at another venture, and she's going to be talking about it.
Just to give you a little brief about myself, a travel professional, started working, sort of graduated in the mid-80s. So at that time, the focus, as I said earlier, the focus for a woman was to get married, to get a right match, to get children and get married. I wanted to do all that, but I also wanted to work on my own. I wanted to do something for myself, and from there it led that I fought with my entire family, argued is the polite word, that I need to get out and work. It really wasn't the economic need, but it's more to do for something for myself. And from there on my journey began. I started working in an airline and learned a few things from my boss. So I would say mentorship is very, very important in the formative years. So I had a boss who would tell me that it's the attitude which mattered. It's the attitude which is going to take you apart or set you apart. And that's what actually set me apart. I took that on and I actually changed the my entire outlook, started learning for everything, started absorbing whatever I could and learn everything. Whatever he threw me at, whatever jobs that he threw me at, from the airport operations to reservations to ticketing, I absorbed it all, and I think learned change management, learned a lot of things from him. You don't get bosses like that who have the ability to train people, and in my entire career I have tried to be like him and try to give independence to my reportees or people working with me. From there on, from the airline's perspective, I had got married, I got children, and believe me, I have no issues in saying this, I couldn't manage a career. And we talk about life balance, work-life balance, and I tell people about work-life balance that you need to do it, but I personally couldn't do it myself. And I took a break and I sat at home for 5 years or 6 years when my children were young, they were just being born. And during that period, I was happy and I was supposed to be satisfied, and I was supposed to be, I had a fantastic husband, I had a fantastic, children along with me, my family was doing well. What's the issue? You have maids around with you, what is the problem? But I had this nagging thing inside me that made me want to work, want to get back to a professional life. And I did that, and I had a lot of sessions with my family. So I would not use the word permission, but I would use the word engagement, that I actually involved all my entire family, that I need to do it. And in these days, it's accepted a woman has to have a career. In our times, it really wasn't. And I'm giving you a status where we come back from the struggles that we had to do when we were growing up, is that I argued with my families that I need to get back and I need to start working again. And they said, okay. So when I left my organization, I was a manager, and when I joined back into another organization, I had to join at a beginning, at the start level again, at the entry level. It just pushed me a little bit, but it didn't hold me back. And I said, okay, I will join back at the entry level. And when I went back to work, I suddenly realized that computers had happened. And for me, that was the biggest challenge. When we were growing up, or when I was working earlier, computers wasn't there. So I did the self-education. I used to go to an IIT, start learning the entire works again, start educating myself. So my learning never stopped. It was at every stage. No matter I was a mother, I still felt I was raw. I still had to learn. And that's the attitude I've adopted throughout my career. I keep learning. I keep learning at every stage. And from there on, I said, okay, now I've turned back to a manager. What do I do next? So I took the BPO industry. September 11 had happened, and the airlines jobs were not doing too well. And I said, the BPO is the right industry, because they were the ones who were recruiting. Everybody around me told me, you can't do that, you can't do that. It's night shifts. How will you manage your children? I will do it. That's the attitude that I want to do it, and I will do it. I went to do it, and there, for me, the entire growth happened. From, in my previous organizations, I used to manage 10 people, 12 people, and think I'm a rocket star. From here, suddenly, you had to manage 50, 100, 500, 1,000, 2,000, and that's how I grew. I learned automation. I learned what is the improvement about technology. Because I had had a 5-year break, I was one of the senior most in the BPO industry. But that didn't hold me back. So I would have bosses who were 35, who were from IMM's, Ahmedabads, who were educated. I was not educated. I'm a BA, BA honors. That's all I had with me. But what took me again, and I'd like to repeat it, is the attitude, which actually set me apart. I learned my way. I learned how to work. And I learned how to deliver my results. And that's what helped me instead of this room full of men. And believe me, when I was growing up, gender ratio wasn't there. It wasn't even heard of. So in the room of 20 men in the management, I would be the only girl sitting there, or the only lady sitting there, and the oldest. That didn't hold me back. I made sure I rolled up my sleeves and worked exactly at them. When I was growing up, I did not get the freedom to think that I'm a woman or a man. I can go home on time. The professional world or the corporate world doesn't allow you to do that. It treats you as equal, and I was treated as equal, and I respect that. So if they did 14 hours, I did 14 hours. So if they did 12 hours, I did more than that, 13 hours. Yes, we talk about work-life balance. You need to do this, you need to do, make sure that your family is happy. Really, when I look back, there are a lot of sacrifices that we have to make. There are a lot of times we as women have to make those sacrifices. So that work-life balance is never perfect. You need to understand when to balance what, but it's never perfect. It's not a perfect environment. From there on, we were a group of friends in the same organization. We said, okay, we've been doing it for others, let's do something for ourselves. And there began the idea of Yatra. And that's a story which is a huge story. We listed on NASDAQ last year. And it's the entire grit, determination to keep adaptation, to keep learning, that took us there. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sabina. And I want to thank all the panelists here who've been very patient. Some of you have been sitting here for almost 2 hours. So our MLA here, he's a busy man. He needs to leave. He has a flight to catch. So we would like to honor him before he leaves. So I'd like to call for his award. We'd like to honor you, sir. If you could step up. Mr. C.N. Ashwath Narayana. We'd like to honor you as the leader of the decade in public life. Thank you so much and congratulations. I'd like to call on Pinky Anand to please speak with us. Would you like the handheld? Perfect. Welcome, Pinky.
I must say, I always knew that you don't get a free award. You get a free dinner, you don't get a free lunch. I thought I was coming here for the awards. I didn't think I was to speak, but when I was leaving from the last function that I had gone to, I said I have a feeling that I'm going to land up speaking. But nonetheless, ladies and gentlemen, indeed a pleasure to be with all of you today evening. I just heard snippets about, from one of the speakers who was speaking about her experiences. What I do understand today is, and what I want to go back to is, Harbeen's fixing of the the Women Economic Forum, and the last we met together was in Goa on this, and I must say she's gone leaps and bounds getting here and getting all of us together at the Pullman Hotel over a series of about 4 or 5 days. It seems to be one of the grand mega events. So good for you, Harbeen, and a pleasure to be with such an issue with everybody, so that I think at the end of the day, what do we all want to know? What do we all want to share? We want to share what our experiences are. We want to learn from each other. We want to have an opportunity to mix and merge. And I think that's the way all of us learn to grow and from this entire sharing concept. Talking about myself, I think it's a very unusual feature. I had a very easy life. We are two sisters, grew up without no sense of discrimination overall. What surprises me, in fact, in today's world is when we talk about discrimination, what a country where discrimination might be there. We have a Prime Minister who's been a woman, we've had a President who's been a woman, we've had a Supreme Court Judge who's been a woman, we had a Speaker who is or has been a woman in whichever capacity. We've had the top industrialists, top business people in the country who are women, but nonetheless, for some reason it hasn't percolated down to the grassroots or to the middle levels. So you have this glass ceiling. I think we have to face it that there is a glass ceiling and one has to go beyond it. What is it due to? Talking about this very basic gender kind of issue. Ultimately, some part of it is education. In fact, the primary cause is education. If you look down history, women had a very positive role and a very revered status in society right up to the medieval times when things went downhill and continued to go downhill. Principally, it seems, on the initial instance because of lack of education. So I think there we today, nobody can say that we don't have education, at least at some levels. So what we had missing has been made up in some part. What do we have in terms of representation? We have 12% roughly in the Rajya Sabha. We have about 12% in the Lok Sabha. Not a very, very great feature, but I might say that we're not that far behind if you look at the average world levels also. The second, after education, would be a question of access, and access to land, access to property, access to income. So therefore, whatever is related to employment, generally speaking, because I think employment brings in not only the concept of money, but also brings in the concept of confidence. And I think all that it really needs to convert from A class to B class to get on further is to have that confidence in yourself that you can do something. I'll give you a very small instance. My daughter was playing in a tournament, and she was playing outside town. There was only train connectivity. Anyway, she fell ill, and she called up and telling me she's ill. I was very disturbed. I just packed up bag and baggage and said, I'm going down. I had no train reservations. I told my daughter's friend's mother to accompany, and she looked at me, she says, but how can you go like this? I said, why can't we go like this? We need to take a train, we'll reach there. This was Patiala. So she actually backed off. I went in the morning, there was no reservation, but the train conductor actually turned back and said, Madam, aapko television par dekha hai. So he took me right there in the train and got me a seat, and I reached. Took my daughter and her entire team out, took them to a hotel, gave them a chance to just refresh themselves. As some of you might know, when you play tournaments, you're exposed to a lot of issues. So one of them was to just take her out and get her back on. But what I was talking about was not reaching there. The idea was this entire thing, why my daughter's friend's mother said, how can you go? But I had been gallivanting around everywhere. I never had any compunctions. I've gone in a third-class compartment. I went to play tennis myself in the south, and I traveled for 3 days. In fact, when I came back, I had to give my IIM examination, but the train got late, as they did in those times particularly, and I missed the exam. I finally joined XLRI. I was the only woman to get into XLRI. Again, another default situation. I went there, I said, I'm going to do management. I was an economics student from Elissa. I topped Elissa. I said, I'm going to work there and I'm going to really, make it big in the corporate world, etc. The two things I didn't want to do. I didn't want to answer to any boss. I didn't want to be talking about saving a rupee. And that's everything that management seemed to indicate. So here I was, every teacher saying how you had to answer to your boss and be in whichever fashion. And I'm not being critical about it, but this is the way it came through. Secondly, how to save 1 rupee as a general theory. 1 rupee or 1 penny, whatever it is. I packed bag and baggage. Law school was still open for admissions at those days. In fact, nobody took admission in law. Law was the last resort. It was to get a 12 rupee bus pass, or to get Jubilee Hall in Delhi University, or to sit for your IAS, or for women to do law while they were waiting to get married. Depending on various criteria, it was easy getting there in law school, not like today. Today it's one of the highest professions, fortunately. But nonetheless, I joined law. Little did I realize that there's no getting out of answering to bosses. In management, you had bosses. In courts, you have judges. You say more my lords to them than you say to your bosses. So I don't know where you can act. In fact, when we don't even think when we say my lord this and my lord that. In our sentence, there are like 5 my lords. Anyway, stuck between. England has changed over. They've changed the system around. So you say sirs and madams depending on what the situation is. US also it has, but in India we still maintain this protocol. And it is literally like Ji Hazuri. So at the end of the day, you can't get away from it all. But anyway, that's on the lighter side of what life has in store for you. But what is sometimes amazing is the perception that people have of what women should do. So here was a woman was arguing in court, a woman lawyer, and somebody says, oh, but she's very aggressive. And I said, but what did you expect her to be? Chudi pehenkar, she should have gone there and kind of stood on the sidelines while the other guy kind of screamed his lungs off, or whatever way he addressed his arguments. And is that a criteria? So I think there's this generic thing about people thinking about what women are. And I think these are some notions also which have to be dispelled. So I'm not saying that you should go with a loudspeaker around the place, but at the same time, whatever it needs it to make it work. As she was saying, if the guy worked 14 hours, I worked 14 hours. Worked 12 hours, I worked 12 hours. So if I am doing the same kind of activity which is leading up to the same issues. The other barrier that I find very often, though again, I don't notice it too much, but once in a while when I sit back and dwell on why, it's sometimes the staff who works for you. They don't really like a lady boss very happily. They do listen far easier to a male boss than to a lady boss. I, of course, make it very visible that they have to listen to me, so you come around to some terminologies there. But these kind of issues are something which really need to get on, and I think all said and done, it's a mindset. Just let me give you one more small example. Entering a temple. I also remember a time when I went to Kanyakumari, I had gone to play tennis, and I had a South Indian coach. So he said, "Aap is temple mein nahi ja sakte." I said, "Well, why can I not go to this temple? Kanyakumari hai, jayenge to Kanya rahenge." Anyway, I went to the temple and I got married. I have a daughter also. But be that as it may, this is generally some mindsets that come across. But today, you have the Supreme Court, which is one of the most exciting features that we are having, this progressive interpretation of how you cannot even have cultural practices that are derogatory to human dignity. It's no longer only a gender discourse, but it's a discourse on a higher platform to say, what are human rights? What is a life of dignity? What is life all about? And you have to take care of everything in that perspective. Again, on that note, I was talking to one of my staff and saying, I don't know why mandir mein mahilaएं nahi ja sakti. So he said, "Aapko nahi pata." I said, "Mujhe kya nahi pata?" So he said, "Nahi, hum aapko nahi bata sakte." Aap kya nahi bata sakte? So you know the answers, no? I mean, it all stems from menstruation and not being able to go inside because it's not considered clean or dirty, something like that. Some kind of ridiculous concept which seemed to have prevailed, which none of us obviously subscribe to. But thankfully, as I said, today we have come into a time that you are talking about intervention by social, civil forces, including the Economic Forum and activities such as this, to inspire that movement across and to motivate each other that what is wrong and what is right is right. One last thing that I might share my thoughts with you, what she was talking about, this work-balanced life. Women have it really hard. But what I liked about was when I heard one speaker say one day, she says, everybody expects a woman will be a perfect mother, a perfect wife, a perfect daughter-in-law, a perfect whatever sister, etc., etc., etc. And so you have this great kind of compulsion to live up to. Give it up. You can't be perfect. Just live the way you can, do what you can, and honestly, I personally found a load off my back. My daughter is so angry with me for the times that I didn't devote to her. So I actually went back and said, I'm sorry, I know I've been a bad mother for some time, but I just couldn't manage more. So I think we have to understand, all of us, that there are some pluses and minuses in every transaction you do, in every business you do, in every access that you do, in every activity you do. So at the end of the day, let us not try to be God. We are humans. So we have to live up to that and manage ourselves within those time frames. And thankfully, my daughter grew up later to understand somewhat. She never acknowledges it even now, but I have a feeling that she's kind of understood that this mother of mine is a little crazy. She's going to carry on working in this fashion and being engaged in what I think we all must do in addition. It's not only work, it's also the boys' club kind of activity. It's important. This is one of those translations of boys' club. Boys' club is one of the reasons there is a generic enhancement of status, so to say, and getting on beyond any glass ceiling, whether it is for women or for men. So I think one needs to engage oneself in activity which is fruitful. I do not think every woman owes it to society that she must work. She must have the option of working. She must have an option of engaging. You must have an option of doing what you want to do. If you don't want to work, you don't work. But I think at the end of the day, what we do need to be is what I like about Barbara Taylor Bradford's. I used to read it as a kid. These days you don't read much. It's mostly the television. I believe even television is passé. It's now the computers which have taken on. So everybody in the West is not even looking at the flat screen on the television. It basically computers or mobiles from which you see. So I think we really are headed into a destination where we have to actively engage ourselves as much as we can, as we want to. But at the end of the day, no compulsion. It's a right to excel and the right to choose is what everybody needs to have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pinky. Always a pleasure to hear from a woman who walks her talk. Thank you for that. As our last speaker for the evening, I'd like to invite my dear friend Sumana Mukherjee to please come on over.
Good evening, everybody. and I thank Harbin. I thank that she have forced me to speak, to come in public speaking. I remember my first public speaking where I was not able to speak. She showed my photographs on the screen and quoted, "Pictures have 1,000 words to tell." Thank you, Harbin. That is the day when I realized that I have to speak properly. So I'll tell you about my journey of my filmmaking. I started my career as an advertiser. I was in client servicing, and I was happy with my pay packet, happy with my advertising career, until I met with an accident. While I was in bed, I was bedridden for almost 8 months, and I thought, if I keep working on with advertising, then I will never able to achieve my dream. And what was my dream? To make movies. So that's how my journey started, and thankfully I got people around me who supported me for this. And gradually I picked up the social issues as my core thing. My first film was on MMS scandal, technology, which could be also play as a villain, you know. So my first film was a Bengali movie, E.T., The Realization Began, and it was a box office hit in 2008 in Bengal. Then I started picking up the subject and doing the documentaries, and landed up in Haryana, in a university. No, sorry, not in Haryana, in Haryana, right? Yeah. So landed up there and met the girls over there. And I realized that their stories need to be told. May not be in form of documentary, may be in form of feature film. Then we conceived this story called Dreams of 13 different ladies with different kind of past, and the writer and conceiver was Harbin herself. This story, this movie went throughout the world, and I hope throughout the world in different film festivals. It has also got a very prestigious position in SRFTI Kolkata. It was screened over there, and the female empowerment doesn't stop over there. While I was doing Dreams, I realized we have a lot of talents in our surrounding. So we started with an organization which helped, there's a small community which helped to pull out the talents and created a platform for the upcoming talents. Whether it's an artist, whether it's a filmmaker, director, musician, everybody where they can showcase their talent. That's how my social journey to a social empowerment to the underprivileged children started. And while I was doing this, I realized film to be most powerful medium. And if we do selected movies, selected topic movies, we select for social issues, and we present it well, just like one of the movies which come a few years back, on female empowerment, where Vidya Balan was the lead actor. What was the movie? Kahani. So then other different movies came in. Sujay Sharkar also came in a picture. Then last year it was Pink. So film as a media have a very, very, very powerful. It includes all the form of art and can move the people and can bring the change. So that's how my journey starts, and till now I am driving toward my dreams. And one such initiative which we took was International Spiritual Film Festival, and it came in our mind when we are going through, we are seeing the problems of youth, that how consciousness, how spiritual lack has deprived the character building of youth. So we thought that this could be one of the medium, film could be one of the medium to get those things back. That is back to roots. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Sumana, for your words.
I just want to say that getting Sumana to come and speak is not a two-day task. It's been years. We've been working at it years. She says she only speaks through her films, which is true. She has some of the most scintillating images on screen, and it took me a while personally to understand her, but she's a woman with a golden heart, and I'm very, very happy, very, very grateful that not only she's on this panel, but she's in my life. So thank you, Sumana.
Harbeen, stay here. Because with that, we'd like to begin with our awards ceremony for this illustrious panel. And I'd like to begin with calling on Mr. Anshu Gupta. Dr. Rupa, could you join us for this, please? I'd like to call on Dr. Rupa, please could you help us give away the awards with Dr. Harbeen. Anshu Gupta, congratulations. You are a leader of the decade in innovation and enterprise. Next, we'd like to honor Dr. Blossom Kochhar as a woman of the decade in entrepreneurship and innovation. Next awardee is Dixie Gillaspie as a woman of the decade in innovation and enterprise. Congratulations, Dixie, and thank you for coming all the way from USA. I'd like to call on Nandini Verma and accept her award as a woman of the decade in public service. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together at this epic moment. Calling on Sabina Chopra as a woman of the decade in innovation and enterprise. Let's keep warming our hands and offering our love. We'd like to honor Dr. Shakila Shamsu as a leader of the decade in academia. Is Shelina Mawani from Canada. Thank you for setting an outstanding example and being a woman of the decade in innovation and enterprise. Our next awardee is Susroni for being an iconic youth for creating a better world for all. We'd like to call on Mr. Bharat Meena and accept his award as a leader of the decade in public life. Very proud to call on Sumana Mukherjee as a woman of the decade in film and entertainment. Last but in no measure the least, our last awardee for the evening is Pinky Anand. Please step up, Pinky, and accept the award as a woman of the decade in law and social change. I'd request all the awardees to please step up and come together for a group photo. Awardees, thank you for your patience. Audience, you've been fantastic. The dinner is served outside. We have a 15-minute break. Feel free to grab your plates inside. We have 2 exciting sessions ahead. One with, we're in conversation with Anurag, Batra, and 2 special guests. And then we are going to be joined by Reena Dhaka. So we'll start at 8:15. No, it's okay. We have 5 minutes before our next session. So we thought that it'd be a nice idea that we have a very talented lady in the house she's going to sing for us and play the electric tanpura. You will hear a beautiful classical Indian instrument and her gorgeous voice. She's just grabbing her tanpura and we'll hear her in 2 minutes.
Ladies and gentlemen, just want to say that Mr. Anurag Batra will be doing a conversation with Mr. Pahlaj Nehelani, who is the Censor Board of Film Certification Chairman. He is in the house already. We will start the session in about 15 minutes after our entertainment. So make sure you're here to hear the conversation between Anurag Batra, Mr. Pahlaj Nehelani, and Mr. Anil Kapoor. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We have Mr. Pehlaj Nehelani, Chairman of Central Board of Film Certification. A big round of applause for Mr. Nehelani for being here with us in conversation with Mr. Anurag Batra. We would also like to welcome Mr. Anil Kumar, member of the Central Board of Film Certification, who is also joining us for this conversation with Anurag Batra. A big round of applause for Mr. Nehelani and Mr. Kumar for being a part of this event.
Good evening. It's my honor and privilege to welcome a preeminent citizen, somebody who's trying to safeguard the values of our society. We have Shri Pehlaj Nehelani ji, who's a filmmaker, who's now the chairman of the Central Board of Film Certification, and somebody who's very actively involved with the film and entertainment industry in India, and by that extension with the culture of this country. To his left is Dr. Anil Kumar, who's a very well-known painter, and he's doing something which will in some way give a new identity to an iconic institution. I can't tell more. When it happens, you'll know. But he's also a member of the Central Board of Film Certification. So we have the good pleasure of having two individuals who in some way are responsible for making sure that the right filters happen for our society and culture to stay grounded and in the values that we stand for. So please give Mr. Nehelani and Mr. Dr. Kumar a big round of applause, bigger than you did. Most of you know him, you can Google, but let me start. He was asking me more about the event. Sir, we have 2,000 women. Dr. Harbeen Arora has founded this forum, and these are women from India and 150 countries. When you come to Delhi, आपको डर नहीं लगता है? Aren't you afraid when you come to Delhi? All the media guys are in Delhi, right?
जहाँ फैक्चुअल हो, जहाँ पे फैक्ट्स चलता हो, वहाँ पे किसी से डर नहीं लगता. थप्पड़ से जरूर डर लगेगा, लेकिन फैक्ट से डर नहीं लगता.
Fantastic. I must tell you, I was first introduced to him by another media owner friend of mine called Markan Adhikari of Sub TV. And one thing he consistently told me about him was, one, he takes a stand. If he believes in something, he takes a stand, And second, he told me that he's someone who believes in relationships and keeps friendship. I have not had the pleasure of interacting so much with him, but when I was talking to Dr. Anil Kumar, he said very similar things to me. So, you know, you've been in the news for the right reasons, some people believe, and some people believe you're in the news for the wrong reasons, right? I certainly believe you're in it for the right reason. And for some time you haven't been in any controversy. Why is that, sir?
लगता है लोग फिल्में अच्छी बनाना शुरू कर दी है। पहले शायद जो है अब जिस तरह से फिल्में आ रही है, जैसे मैं आया कंट्रोवर्सी शुरू हुई, क्योंकि लोगों के बैकअप माइंड में जो था कि जिससे पिछली सरकार जो थी और जो चेयरमैन था, बिकॉज ही वाज नॉट सिटिंग ऑन द सीट, they were operating from the capital and other chairman was operating from Chennai. So I am the only person after a long gap from 10 to 12 years that I am based in Mumbai, and all the time I am taking care of office and support staff is supporting me to make sure that every right content should go to the public. और उसी कारण जो है जैसे लोगों को जैसे मैं एज अ चेयरमैन आया, बिकॉज दे नो मी वेरी वेल, बिकॉज आई एम इन द इंडस्ट्री, पार्ट ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, और मैंने कई फिल्में बनाई है और अपना इंडस्ट्री में एज अ चेयरमैन आर्टिस्टों का चेयरमैन रहा हूँ, और फिल्म प्रोडक्शन में भी जो है मैं 22 साल कंटिन्यूस जो चेयरमैन रहा हूँ। उसकी वजह से पता है कि मैं जो काम करूँगा ठीक करूँगा, अदरवाइज नहीं करूँगा। इफ़ आई हैव टेकन द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, दैट मीन्स आई विल डू द जस्टिस टू माई वर्क। और उस हिसाब से लोगों को जब लगा कि पहले पैसे दे के पिक्चर पास होती थी और जो वो लोग बैठते नहीं थे, करप्शन जो है बहुत हद तक चल रही थी, जब मोदी सरकार आई और ये मुझे चार्ज दिया गया तो ऑटोमेटिक मतलब जो एक क्लियर जो एक गाइडलाइन थी, फॉलो था, एक जो रूल्स बने हुए 1952 से, उसके हिसाब से जो फिल्में अब पास हो रही है, जो क्लीन स्वच्छ भारत जो है की वजह से पहले मन की जो है स्वच्छता जो है ना बाहर आनी चाहिए। और जहाँ तक जो फिल्मों के द्वारा, फिल्म इज़ अ रिफ्लेक्शन ऑफ द सोसाइटी, और सोसाइटी जो है फिल्मों से अडॉप्ट करती है थ्रू देयर फॉलोअर्स, तो वो सारी चीज़ें दोनों कनेक्टेड है, बिकॉज इज़ अ वेरी सिनेमा इम्पैक्ट एंड विजुअल इम्पैक्ट एंड साउंड इम्पैक्ट इज़ डेफिनेटली देयर इन द मूवी। और जो एक अंधेरे में सिनेमा देखी जाती है उसका इम्पैक्ट जो है ना विद द फैमिली, विद द फ्रेंड्स, नेबर्स, एवरीथिंग, दे सी द पिक्चर टुगेदर। अब उसमें जो है अगर आपको एक कंटेंट जो है प्रॉपर न मिले तो डेफिनेटली यू विल फील एंड शाय front of the neighbors, front of the your family, so definitely is going to get the effect. और उस हिसाब से जो ना एक सफाई हुई है, तो मुझे लगता है जब उनको डर जो है कट से नहीं है, because new maker, new generation, new young makers, they have come and they have cleared their picture with money, not with the rule and regulation. जितने पुराने लोग हैं जिनको वैल्यूज पता है, बरसों से सेंसरशिप तो 1952 से आई, एंड ऐतिहासिक फिल्में जो है रिलीज हुई लाइक मुगल आजम टू लास्ट बाहुबली तक, तो उसमें आप देखेंगे यू आर एंजॉयिंग द फिल्म विद द फैमिली एंड द ग्रुप ऑफ पीपल, 100 पीपल जो है मतलब एक सोसाइटी के लोग जाके फिल्में देखते हैं. इट्स लाइक अ पिकनिक एंड एंटरटेनमेंट. You are watching the movie for the entertainment, not like a festival film that audience is a completely different. Festival circuits are different. जो अपने देश से बाहर जाके फेस्टिवल सर्किट से जो है जाते हैं और एक परमिशन मिनिस्ट्री से भी लेते हैं कि विदाउट सेंसर, विदाउट एनीथिंग, दे हैव गॉट द परमिशन टू फोकस एंड शोकेस योर थॉट्स. बट वो थॉट्स क्या होता है, इंडिया को डिग्रेड करने का. जो फेस्टिवल सर्किट में फिल्में जाती है उसमें पर्टिकुलर धारावी दिखा दो, बिहार का एक छोटा सा कस्बा दिखा दो, गैंग ऑफ वासीपुर काइंड ऑफ फिल्म, जहाँ पे जो है
against the release. You said they shouldn't have been released.
Yeah, that has been released, but I am talking about the festival circuit में जो जाती है जिस टाइप. अब I will give you one example on that. अगर स्लम मिलेनियर जो है ऑस्कर मिला, उसे सारी बड़ी बड़ी फिल्में मतलब हुआ, यहाँ भी सक्सेसफुल हुई, बट मीडिया ने प्लस इंडियन ऑडियंस ने उस पर क्रिटिसाइज किया कि इंडिया को एक धारावी में जाके प्रोजेक्ट किया. एंड वाज व्हेन वी आर ब्लेमिंग अदर कंट्री टू यू आर शोइंग एंड शोकेसिंग आवर बैड पार्ट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड.
Absolutely.
So अगर हमारा जो है बुर्का जो है दिखा के हम दिखाए कि एक ऐशी की फिल्म बनती है तो पर्टिकुलर भोपाल कंट्री, इफ इट इज अ बैड, तो आप जाके फेस्टिवल में जाके अवार्ड लेके आते हो, बिकॉज इफ यू आर शोइंग द बैड लाइट ऑफ द इंडिया, तो डेफिनेटली पीपल विल अप्रिशिएट, यू विल गेट द अवार्ड, बिकॉज इन द कंपटीशन एंड comparison you are giving them what we are.
Absolutely.
So that's a main ऑब्जेक्ट, और वो चाहते हैं कि इंडिया में भी वो फिल्में रिलीज हो और उनको सर्टिफिकेट मिल जाए एंड दे गेट अवे विद द थिंग, बट इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल. अगर है आज जितनी भी कंट्रोवर्सी में आई, व्हाट यू सेड दैट कि कंट्रोवर्सी अभी नहीं है, उस कंट्रोवर्सी में आप देखें कि किस तरह से जो है उस फिल्मों को जो है ना दिखाया जाता है, और मार्केटिंग आज जो है सस्ती CBFC के प्लेटफॉर्म से अगर आप मार्केटिंग करो, इट्स अ वेरी इजी, बिकॉज मार्केटिंग टुडे कॉस्ट. If the
you're saying it's a deliberate point to
yeah, that is deliberate. It's a marketing platform, because they are, if you are giving the CBFC has done this, definitely they will pick up the thing and automatically it will go the thing.
Yeah, and the media picks it up.
Completely is a platform on that.
You know, you said that we are at a women economic forum, and you've been a big champion of making sure women are portrayed rightly in Indian movies, right? You know, and you said that the cuss words that are used in movies are an aberration. Normal people in India don't use that, right? This is your view. I support that. But why do you think there's so much fuss about, you know, censorship? It happens in other parts of the world. Why is there so much fuss, and why is there so much friction, or there was so much friction between filmmakers and the censor board?
See, मैंने जैसे कहा कि करप्शन से पिक्चरें पास होती थी, नॉट विद द रूल एंड गाइडलाइन. तो अब जो है ना वो जितने पुराने लोग हैं, अगर एज अ प्रोड्यूसर अगर मैं अपनी बात करूं कि एक सेंसर का जो है डर जो है ना हम फिल्म मेकर्स के पास था, एक सुझाव था कि ये पिक्चर सेंसर हो, ये पोर्शन पास होगा नहीं होगा. वी वर टेकिंग द ऑल्टरनेट शॉट, बिकॉज sensible producer will always not take the chance, but now generation was taking the chance to go to the censor board and get the censor certificate with the money. Now money has been stopped. Problem is not a censorship, but the problem is they are not getting away with the without money.
Absolutely.
So that's the main reason. And other reason, that whatever they are showing, what the things are content is coming to the for the certification, and you are saying it's a certification body. Yes, definitely it's a certification body. 82% of the movie has been certified without any cut with the A, U, A and this thing, because we have only 3 rating system. In worldwide, in all the developed countries, they get the censor certificate. It's not that USA they are not getting the certificate, Australia they are not getting any certificate, because every country they have a different culture. They are modern, we are modern, but we are not adopting any Western culture here. But वहाँ पे भी जो है ना, some places, I will name it UK. UK, they don't allow cuss word. They are sending the separate version there in UK, because they are not allowing anything. And that they don't show blood on that. Even Malaysia, if you say, they will not show violence in that movie. They have to cut and send the separate version, which they are applying here, and they are not applying there. It's the same version. And same with the UK. Even on the Fast and Furious movie, if you see the thing, there will be no cuss word there, and there will be no blood. They cannot show. So that's because the media don't know about the process of the certification. They are not aware of how we go about the thing. They take the word. Nowadays, people they are using the name of Hanuman anywhere. In one of the movie from the Kerala, they are shown Hanumanji is a gay. How you will take it? Nude Hanuman picture with the painting as the artist, and they are shown he's saying I am a gay. So how the things are going to go? Because now they are taking a chance. New makers, new young youth people, they don't know how to go about the thing.
Just to give you a counterpoint, a lot of people believe that the more you suppress anything, the more it comes up. So if they're not the norm, they are an aberration, but they exist. It's not that the filmmakers are kind of making it up. I'm just giving you a counter view, and I have seen you on channels, and I've seen what you've said when a similar question has been asked. But with the internet, with this phone, I think the content reaches people. So what is the point in censoring it?
See, देखिए, ये आज का रूल नहीं है. we have a democracy and we are doing good these things. और दूसरे डेवलप जो कंट्री है वहाँ भी सेंसरशिप है. मुझे बताइए आज बर्मा जैसी जो छोटी कंट्री जहाँ पे उनकी फिल्म बनाने की मतलब इतनी पावर नहीं है, बट दे आर आल्सो कमिंग टुमारो टू मी हाउ टू गो अबाउट द सेंसरशिप. बिकॉज कहीं भी जो ना हर कंट्री के अपने रूल्स है, अपने कल्चर है. अकॉर्डिंग टू दैट दे आर क्लियरिंग दे थिंग एंड दे हैव अ 6 रेटिंग सिस्टम मिनिमम. विद दैट 6 रेटिंग सिस्टम यू कैन क्लियर द थिंग. अब जो है हमारे पास आती है कि हमें यूथ सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए. वी आर watching the movie according to the youth certificate. Whatever things are going to come as an objection for the youth certificate, we'll tell them, or you will get the UA certificate, or if you want youth certificate, then you have to cut this portion. If they are demanding UA certificate and there is a more objectionable for the adult content, definitely they have to cut the thing. There is a something limit. If you are UA, that means that content will come on the TV, because previously Doordarshan and other satellite channel, they were showing only youth certificate. Now they have gone little up. They can show, and they can show on the television.
So
and
you're saying you have been...
channel. It will show they have to not to recertify for the separately for the TV. So that means that for UA certificate, if you are watching in the television in the house, how you can see with the family with the UA.
Understood.
And I'll answer your mobile, this thing, mobile and digital also. In mobile, you are using as an individual, not with the family, or you are not showing the impact of the sound, nor you are showing the impact of the visual, because it's a small screen, you are giving you the pleasure. And something, I will give you the example of one incident which had happened, I think in 15-20 years back. कि एक जो है हैप्पी परिवार था, हस्बैंड एंड वाइफ 30-32 साल से जो है उनकी हैप्पी फैमिली थी. एंड अचानक जो है उनके हस्बैंड जो है मोबाइल पे जो पोर्न फिल्में देखना शुरू कर दिया. एंड फाइनली दे हैव कम फॉर अ स्टेज ऑफ टेकिंग द डिवोर्स, बिकॉज ही इज यूज्ड टू एडिक्ट हो गया पोर्न मटेरियल देखने के लिए. सो इट्स ए इंडिविजुअल कैपेसिटी, इज नॉट दैट सोसाइटी टेकिंग सेपरेटली. आज स्टूडेंट्स जो है ना अपने पास मोबाइल है, ऑनलाइन एवरी कंटेंट इज अवेलेबल, बिकॉज वो कहीं भी देख सकते हैं, बट दे आर सीइंग अलोन. But that also should be noticeable and watchable. Even court is giving the order for that. Suppose you object that content is not right and I am watching on the mobile. Case of kya cool hai hum, and we got the notice because we are not. Because we have not certified that, and we have sent the affidavit that this we have not given them the certificate because we are not authorized to give the certificate for the digital cinema. तो वो सारी चीजें जो है ना उसमें भी ऑब्जेक्शन आ रहा है.
So would you agree that, would you say have the rules in the Central Board of Film Certification kept pace with what's happening? Have you refreshed yourself? Would you agree that you have, or would you say that there's no need to?
See, जहाँ पे हम लोगों के प्रोग्राम में, I think it has been framed very nicely in 1952 rules and the mechanism of the certify the film with the who will see the movie, and government, all upon the panel members are watching the movie. On the first step of the examining committee, what we show for the certification, 2 ladies and 2 gents and 1 officer. 5 people take the judgment on take the call on that whether picture is going to be clear or not. On that basis, the 2 ladies, if they are watching something material, you will feel shame when they are discussing the curse word or language, or they are watching in this thing. So you feel that finally, because it is their job.
Right.
They are doing their job, but when you see the front of the woman discussing the cuts of the film, that language is not proper. So that's a very difficult situation. With the 4 members, with the difficulty they are clearing the film. And
so you're saying it's representative of the sensibilities of the society. Dr. Anil Kumar, you heard Palaji, right? And you know, he's tried to share the point of view why CBFC does what it does, right? Now you're a painter. I know you're a member of the Central Board of Film Certification. I've seen your work. You've done it for every iconic personality in this country. Now, do you think the sensibilities that he's talking of are applicable to your work also. Tomorrow somebody tells you you can't paint like this. So isn't that an infringement on what you're doing? Second, I would want him to respond after you. Justin Bieber is performing in Mumbai. He's going to, you know how he performs sometimes, you know. Should we censor that too?
Not really, because art has a freedom of expression. But the only issue is what type of art and what you are presenting to what type of an audience makes the difference. So each medium of art, whether it is performing art or it could be photography or painting, has its own rule book. So it's like a self-certification. You should know to whom you are doing what. So a portraiture is done, it can be exhibited anywhere. But other forms of art which need to be exhibited in private, in India there is a limitation. M.F. Hussain had a problem exhibiting his work with the nude gods and goddesses. So that is a learning lesson for all of us to know the limit of what to do, and where to cross a line and say that enough is enough.
Should Justin Bieber be kind of regulated, censored?
That doesn't come under the purview of neither the censor board nor us.
I'm talking about larger context.
In the larger context, see, the youth of today need a lot of variety of entertainment, and that is what he's going to do.
Your point of view on, I mean, not the legal point, I'm talking moral, practical point of view. You know, acts like Justin Bieber.
See, the key is different media, different rules are there, different things are there. On the morality ground, and the thing, every house, every parents, they are doing the self-censorship in front of the children. And print media also, once you are restricted on the, even on the bikini or other thing or any objectionable, you feel it's not on the good taste. And the print media is, you are watching the thing closely. So that means you can change your mind and influenced by the things, and you can do the wrong thing. Because you cannot trust the man. You can trust woman, but you cannot trust the man. Where he will go wrong in that.
I think it's my turn to ask the question, since the conversation has veered to women. What I understand from the conversation that's been going on, we are in conversation with Mr. Nailani at the Central Board of Film Certification and Mr. Anand as well. We're talking about the limits of artistic expression, especially film. And every film released in India has to go through the cuts and nips of the censor board. And the question essentially is the censor board going to determine what we consume? Is it a moral police? Is it going to decide what our sensibilities should be? And Mr. Nailani has given a viewpoint, and he said earlier, in the earlier regime or earlier times, to get your film passed, because it's a huge commercial, it's tied to commercial success as well, that you might put certain scenes over there that might work better at the box office, getting you more money because it's maybe appealing to the lowest common denominator, and you may use sensational or explicit content, but you can get it passed through corrupt means, and that could translate into better box office, may or may not, but that could. But when you have a censor board which is going by guidelines, though the contention is these are 1952 guidelines, so old guidelines which possibly have not reinvented themselves, keeping attuned to the evolving sensibilities of our times. And he's saying, I'm going by the rule book. And no matter what art, and this is something I read long back and it made a great impact on me, saying music is the purest form of art because it is bound by principles. And I think what you're trying to allude to is the fact that even though it's film, it's artistic expression. We talk about freedom of expression. But what kind of principles are we going to subject this artistic form to so that it has the best impact possible? Because it is a huge medium. I think Bhuvanlal, we were discussing with him and he was saying that film is one industry which in terms of billions of dollars is a very small industry. So it's not a very big industry like the IT industry or the tourism industry or the arms industry. It's a very small industry when it comes to the number of dollars that, you know, it's around. But the kind of mind share it commands the kind of space in our mind, in our mindset, in our hearts that it commands is huge, And I think that's what you're talking about, that for this industry to know that the kind of impact it has on people is huge. Yes, film is a reflection of the reality, but it has to be filtered, because not only are you reflecting reality from a past perspective, that this is what happened or this is what is happening, but you're also determining the future reality by choosing to show what you are showing. So I think it's a beautiful sort of, it's a dilemma that we are all the time into, that if film has to have the highest impact in terms of uplifting us all, then it has to subscribe to certain principles. Now, whether it's going to be the principles given by the censor board, or it's going to be the principles reflected by the director or the producer or the team, the creative team working on it, but some sort of principalization has to get into filmmaking as well. My question after that little perspective and background to Mr. Nailani is that when it comes to women, there are two aspects of my question. One is portrayal of women, like, of course, Anurag has already touched upon, in cinema, and whether that is based on any principles whatsoever or not. And the other question is the kind of problems that you encounter when you are talking to directors about cutting scenes and impacting sensibilities. Do you encounter more problematic scenes or unprincipled scenes when movies are made by men or when movies are made by women?
सबसे पहले ये बता दूं कि सेंसर करना या कट करना is not our job, because we are giving the certificate, demanding of the producer कि उसको किस तरह का सर्टिफिकेट चाहिए. और ये जो प्रॉब्लम है, अगर लिबरेशन आ भी गई, गवर्नमेंट ने वर्ल्ड वाइड जिस तरह से रेटिंग सिस्टम है, वी हैव ओनली 3 रेटिंग, एंड abroad in every country they have a 6 rating system. Even you can call AAA. So people will come to know what kind of movie they are watching. आज A में जो है ना हर टाइप का कंटेंट है. If I am giving the A certificate, so people will, adult people also will not come to know what the content are he is going to watch. He will not get the idea also from the trailer what kind of movie and what the scene is going to come next. If you are buying the milk also from the outside and from the grocery shop, so today you know how much fattening is there, how is the low milk tone is there. So every ingredient is written on there, this integration is there. What about the films? They are not writing anything. Just you go see, watch the movie adult, and kind of adult content, there are many things which it was shown on the past movie. So you are finally feel shame of the thing you cannot.
I want to add one more question to that. Are we in the future going to see a gender sensitive film certification? What I mean by that is, like you very rightly said, that your job is to give it a certain grading, whether it's an adult film or a non-adult film. You're not here to cut any scenes, but put it in a certain box and say, is this for adults, is this not for adults? And that is where the fight begins, that, you know, if it's only for adults, then the viewership reduces and the box office reduces, all of that. But my question on gender sensitive censoring, for instance, I recall Zoya Akhtar, she was speaking at a certain forum, and I think Karan Johar was also there, and there was this conversation on what angles will a female film director use on a woman, let's say wearing a bikini or any other swimsuit or whatever, and what kind of angles will a man use? And Zoya said, I will never use these kind of angles on a female character, even if she's wearing a swimsuit or she's on a beach. So I think she was referring to a gender sensitive way of, so in the future, will that be a metric to gauge film, saying, okay, it's an adult film, so adult content, and not gender sensitivity, this is the grading? You know?
देखिए, फिल्म मेकर को सबसे पहले रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, जो पुराने फिल्म मेकर्स है, जो जिनको मालूम है कि फिल्म्स क्या है, आज तक फिल्में जो है जो सक्सेसफुल हुई है बॉक्स ऑफिस पे, दे आर अवेयर किस टाइप की फिल्में हुई है. एडल्ट फिल्म जो है लाइक गुमनाम, वो कौन थी, ग्रेट गैम्बलर और एनी काइंड ऑफ मूवी, इवन कट्स जो है शोले में भी जो है 1975 में एक्शन वायलेंस बहुत था, सेंसर बोर्ड ने पिक्चर पास नहीं की. फाइनली दिल्ली में प्राइम मिनिस्टर के इंटरवेन करने से दे हैव टू फाइनली completely end, they have changed. Because law, character, they have changed that law is there. Because once you are showing anything and anywhere, whatever you want to show as a liberty of name of freedom of expression, that is not there because it's going to the public. And big star always take the responsibility, filmmakers are taking the responsibility to give the right content, to bring out their money and the name and should not be spoiled. आप जितने big actors हैं like Salman, Amir Khan, Shah Rukh Khan, Amitabh Bachchan, or Dharmendra, or any you take name from past and Dilip Kumar, from past to till now, उनकी फिल्म में objection होता ही नहीं है. ना उनके फिल्म में कोई कट होता है. आज दंगल में देखिए कोई कट नहीं था, विदाउट कट थी. सुल्तान देयर वाज अ विदाउट कट. बाहुबली देयर वाज अ प्लेंटी ऑफ कट्स. वायलेंस थी बिकॉज दैट फ्रेंचाइज वाज सो गुड, सो बिग. उसमें जो वायलेंस था कम करके ब्लड शेड था, दैट वी हैव रिमूव्ड, बट इट हैज नॉट कम टू द मीडिया बिकॉज they have declared we got the use certificate without any cut. So they have not taken any objection after watching Bahubali. Nobody has noticed what it has been cut. So where there is a cry, is the media is making the cry. They are lifting the film, which is a small budget, or all producers of small budget, unknown cast, they are making the noise because they are pictured via through publicity and censor board platform. They should bring the this thing, what you controversy that should be in film should be noticed. Big film, you tell me where is it today box office of Bahubali? It has crossed Hollywood movies box office.
Absolutely.
So there's always is that between the gap between the big makers, big actor, and a small producer and a small picture. So only controversy create there. And about the certification, we have to watch the content, whether it's the woman or is the male. Because today in the industry, because I see all these ladies sitting here and they have achieved and done something on the front level and shown their capacity and capability. So we are men, we are not allowing them to women come in the front and do the thing. Because film industry also is working the heroism, is the main woman power is more. Fantastic. Because Salman takes superhero, he takes 70 crore. Amir Khan takes the 90% of the ratio. What about the Deepika, who has shown the Bajirao Mastani? She was a fantastic in Mastani, but what she's charging, nobody is giving. When the time of, if she's a big this thing under this thing women-oriented movie, if the women were, and what a movie also is a fantastic and do the storyline also. But the time of the prize, distributor will not buy her movie because हम लोग जो ना झूठी मूठी शान है, हम ठाकुर है, ठाकुर से जो ना कोई फिल्म नहीं चलती. आज वुमेन पावर शक्ति थी, शक्ति रहेगी. We are for in that.
Fantastic. Dr. Anil Kumar. Now
I'll just explain the creativity part of what you say. There is gender equality now. So either it's a male who's directing a movie or a female who's directing a movie. There is a creativity involved. And women are known to be softer. But when it comes to creativity, I don't think so that they have made softer movies. They have made very strong movies with a strong message as well. So in this world of gender equality now, whether it's a male director or a woman who's directing a movie, the content makes the movie. So how you want to package the movie depends on what is the content you're going to release in that.
So fantastic, sir. Thank God Dada Konke is not alive today. He would be out of a job, right?
Because he also has won the case, because his interpretation in the court also, his all movie has gone to the court and he has explained on the practical level, because Marathi, Punjabi and other many languages, there is a double meaning in the expression, there is a gesture and everything, because he has proved in the court that whatever he's talking about the thing, I am corrupt. I am understanding the meaning of the wrong meaning. But he is the right, what he is showing, that's a practical, that's a words of theirs, what he is using it.
So we can, we have Reena Dhaka here, and Yamini and Miss Dhaka will be in a conversation, and clearly they'll be more like Harbeen and not like us here. But before we get that on, we can get some questions from Mr. Nilani and Dr. Anil Kumar. Yes, can you get a mic? She's a filmmaker. We'll come to you. Take this mic. Take this mic. Take this.
Good evening. I'm Poonam Sareen here. It was lovely hearing you. I just want to ask you a question. You know that the films are a reflection of the society, and we showcase India when we go abroad in major film festivals the way India is. But you say that that's a wrong projection. But the matter of the fact is, or the fact of the matter is, that there are pockets, there are issues which need to be showcased just as they are and not camouflaged, because there are issues in India which are still ugly. How do we go about doing that as filmmakers?
देखिए, मैंने हर फिल्म तो देखी नहीं है कि किस तरह से प्रोजेक्ट करते हैं कि 99% जो फाइनली इट्स कम फॉर द थिएटर रिलीज whatever is a festival movie recently in 2 years what I have seen it एक बॉक्स ऑफिस पे क्योंकि वहाँ पे अवार्ड्स जीत के आती हैं और सब जगह पे उनको एप्रिसिएशन मिलती है जब टर्म्स ऑफ रिलीज जब थिएट्रिकल इंडिया में आती है एंड इवन फेस्टिवल सर्किट इज अ कम्प्लीटली डिफरेंट ऑडियंस इज डिफरेंट दे आर मार्केटिंग देयर पिक्चर एंड ऑल द पीपल हु आर वाचिंग द फिल्म दे आर डूइंग द मार्केटिंग एंड दे हैव अ रोल टू प्ले for the different television for the entire which the commercial movies are not going or the people festival movies are watching their marketing system is completely different when in terms of the coming to the India for the certification or for the theatrical release जितनी भी आई चाहे ऑस्कर विनिंग फिल्में भी जो आई है वहाँ की हॉलीवुड की फिल्में भी they got the cut in each and every movie because what they are done because they don't require the certification. Ministry they give to blanket they without watching, without any reading. Pre-censorship should give allow. Why they are not seeing? Because they just let the things go out of India and they showcase their movie. That's the difference between otherwise you have got the blanket letter from the ministry. Why you are going for the festival movie also? Why you require the certificate? When it is required. Because you are temporarily, you are getting the permit to show your picture in abroad. Otherwise, Indian film, if without the certification, they cannot export also. If they are doing it, that means they are doing the crime. So that's the main thing. And other thing, whatever festival movie are coming, whether from India or from foreign film, they are getting the thing because they are free to show whatever they want to do. And I will tell you, I am a distributor also. I have so far from the age of 14 to till now. From age of now, I'm 67. Age of 14, I am in the film industry. I was a distributor first, then I become a producer, then I become an exhibitor. Now I am on the charge of which and the side of other side. When I was producer, I was censoring the film, but there was not a single picture जिसके अंदर मुझे objection मिला हो because we were doing it sensibly कि ये picture censor pass करेगा नहीं करेगा. There was a इन सबकॉन्शियस इन माइंड डर था सेंसर का जो बीच में पिछले 14 सालों में जो है 12 सालों में डर निकल गया एज अ फिल्म मेकर इफ यू आर आस्किंग दिस क्वेश्चन यू आर फिल्म मेकर सो यू नो व्हाट इज द प्रीवियसली बिफोर 12 years और 13 years वट एवर देयर टर्म्स ऑफ 2 चेयरमैन उसके पहले सेंसर बोर्ड में बातें थी डर था लोगों में सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट ऐसा होता था जैसे कि फर्स्ट टर्म एसएससी का जो है एग्जाम होता है और रिजल्ट आता है उस हिसाब से बात होती थी सो वी आर टेकिंग द केयर ऑफ सेंसरशिप वी वर मेकिंग द ऑल्टरनेट शॉट यू मस्ट हैव आल्सो डन इट एज अ फिल्म मेकर बट आप चांस लेते हो कि ये चांस ले बट हॉलीवुड वाले वो चांस नहीं लेते बिकॉज दे वैल्यू उनके कंट्री के लॉ जो है बहुत स्ट्रिक्ट होते हैं दे ईमानदारी से आते हैं अपनी पिक्चर पास कराते हैं जो अनकट वर्जन होता है वीडियो के लिए बाद में देते हैं इफ देयर इज अ प्रोविजन ऑफ अनकट तो बाद में थिएटर में क्यों कम दिखाते हैं दे आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल दे आर सेंसिबल या दे आर सेंसिबल एंड दे हैव दे आर प्रोटेक्टिंग द लॉ अगर लॉ में मतलब जो उसका लॉ कंट्री का लॉ जो अबाउट द प्रोड्यूसर एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर अबाउट द कंटेंट है, अगर कोई सू कर दे तो उनकी जिंदगी भर की कमाई खत्म हो जाएगी। यहाँ पे वैसे लॉ नहीं है हमारे पास। सेंसर सर्टिफिकेट है, वी हैव टू टेक द डबल ड्यूटी ऑफ द लॉ एंड एज वेल एज द सोसाइटी। आज जो है ना हमारी समाज को देखना है, जो समाज को आगे क्या देना है। आज आपके पास डिजिटल प्लेटफॉर्म है, जो कंटेंट सेंसर से डर के आज लोग जो है डिजिटल बनाते हैं। आई एम श्योर टुमारो दे आर गोइंग टू फेस द ट्यून ऑफ द लॉ। एंड अदर थिंग, I'll just tell you about the thing. We are facing a lot of problem in giving the certificate, and we are watching very carefully and according to the rule book. But television, they have a self-regulation, self-monitoring broadcasting agency. They are showing whatever they want, but they families, they don't know where to complain, and those complaints we are getting the कि कार्टून में ये क्यों कंटेंट आ गया, एज अ वेरी वायलेंट, सावधान क्यों इतना स्ट्रॉन्ग आ गया, क्यों ये जंग अपना पेट्रोल, ये बहुत सारे प्रोग्राम है जिसके लिए कंप्लेन करते हैं। दे आर नॉट अवेयर कि हाउ एंड वेयर टू गिव द कंप्लेन, एंड वी आर रिसीविंग दैट। बट आज सेल्फ सर्टिफिकेशन जो है या सेल्फ मॉनिटरिंग एजेंसी जो है वो मॉनिटर नहीं करी है, एंड वी आर फेसिंग द ट्यून। उसमें एक बाप पिता जो है अपनी बेटी को कहता है कि तुम मतलब जो ना मेरा ब्लड हो एंड आई विल यूज यू, व्हाट इज द प्रॉब्लम, व्हाई यू आर गोइंग टू आउट, दिस काइंड ऑफ प्रोग्राम इज वैलिड विद द फैमिली, वी विल नॉट अलाउ टू देम टू क्लियर दिस काइंड ऑफ थिंग। ब्रदर इज सेइंग you are doing the ayashi outside and you are avoiding me, so this have a content like a Savdhan, how you will take it?
This issue was, why do we produce movies, as you rightly say, that there are certain issues which should be portrayed in actual, and why do we go to an international film festival to portray the wrong side of India, and why not show it in India and have correcting measures? Because exhibiting that in an international film festival, the real problem what you face in India will not be solved. Why not bring that issue in a social form in India and make a movie for an art festival?
Can I just ask one question, please? Yeah, my name is Krishna. I'm from England, London. I mean, just expanding a bit more on the gender-sensitive films for women. Now, we actually launch South Asian Film Festival every year in March. Now, this year we had Lipstick Under My Burqa, which has created a lot of controversy in India, and it was never passed.
What's your question? We're running.
So, can you please share your thought about, because you said that the small films never come for censor board and they are the one who create a bad publicity. So would appreciate if we share your thought about how do these small filmmakers make sure that they get because the films never come on the screen. Thank you.
See, first of all, as a filmmaker, if I give you the opinion, it will be a different. If I'll tell you as an audience, it will be a different. If I am in the seat of the hot seat and very controversial seat, CBFC as the chairman, so it will be a different opinion about that movie. That's a very small budget movie. It's a very, festival circuit movie, and it has been shown particular Bhopal, on the Bhopal and the concern about the 3-4 families. And what they have shown is a completely, I think, if you have seen the movie, so you can say that if you have watched the movie.
After seeing it, we realized, but prior to that, a lot of publicity was done. And which was sad, because if we had known what were the content of the movie, we realized later on. So how would you support producers like that?
I'll first of all tell you one thing, it's a very small, not more than 2 crore movie, number one. Number two, whatever content are there in the movie, आज तक ऐसा content कभी pass ही नहीं हुआ है. There are many jokes, there are many vulgarity, there are very obscenity, and what they have shown, light on that, it's very, I can't explain, where all the women have respect, and I cannot explain, give you the same words also, because how it's about, that's my personal opinion. And right of the film, concern about the producer, if the picture is not passed in the first step, there's always a lower court to high court. first step is refuse the film, they can apply for the revising committee. When revising committee, they go with in the high court kind of thing. So that also got the refuse certificate. And the producer herself said we were knowing that we was knowing the result that picture is going to refuse. She told me personally because that movie I watched myself on the revising committee. She said
he has the best job. He gets to see all the movies that you and me can't see.
Can we ask one more question?
Do you think I can get your job?
It's
One
not
last one. I can get your job. I'm a movie buff.
So one last question.
No, first thing, one minute. First of all, I will clear the position. I am not allowed to see all the movie. If the picture is not passed, then I can see the movie, or I can tell him to see if he's free, he can see the thing. Otherwise, other board member. But only I see when the picture has been rejected. Our producer wants the justice on that.
Right. So you actually,
if
it isn't passing through, you have the final word.
And I tell you the thing. After saying the remark of the director, she said, I was aware that picture is not going to be passed. So especially they go try third step, FCAT, and they have gone there. And they have gone there and they have also not passed the movie on the first step. Let me complete this. This is a very small thing. But when she has questioned me, I have to reply that. Even that movie has not passed even in the FCAT. They have hold the order to clear the thing. Finally, when the producer, we don't pass the film, that they are claiming that you are curbing our freedom of expression and our this thing. You are avoiding that.
That's very true.
And after that, they have they have cut the portions from the movie and reduced the length, which the FCAT cannot see the thing. Again, they have to reprocess for the revised version of the movie. But the same picture, what we have rejected, all humping shots and other things, sound, pornography, shots, all they have reduced it, not cut entirely. They have maintained the continuity of the thing. But
humping shots.
Yeah, there was a lot of, there was too many. There was not the one. Yes. Even you cannot feel that you have seen in some Hollywood movie also. So that's a different thing. I am not objecting the content. I don't know the thing. But they have not the past tribunal and same content, and they have seen the different version.
Fantastic.
Thank you very much.
I think we should give him and Dr. Anil Kumar a big round of applause for safeguarding the sensibilities of a lot of people. If not everyone in the country, for a lot of people. And I think it's, when he's in the, I remember a friend of mine from the media interviewing him. Somebody who's very aggressive in spite of not being a Punjabi. He was interviewing you, and I saw you like a calm man under fire answering. So my respect for you, even that day, had gone up. I know you do a tough job, and we celebrate the sincerity and the gumption you bring to your job. So we congratulate you, and we hope we have more people who are serious about preserving our culture and portraying women and the sensibilities in the right way. Dr. Anil Kumar, we hope the work that you are doing with him in the Center Board of Film Certification will in some way kind of merge with the ethos that the Women Economic Forum stands for. And if there is any way that this strong 50,000 All-Ladies League members, there are 50,000 members across the world. If you ever need their support for a woman cause, Dr. Arvind and they are the people to know.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this lovely panel.
I think this forum is required to show and collectively and show the power to the country that Ma Durga is still alive.
Fantastic. Tanya, you can take your question offline.
Thank you again, Mr. Pehlaj Nehalani, for being a part of this amazing panel conducted by Mr. Anurag Batra along with Mr. Anil Kumar. We're going to be presenting a small token of thank you to both of our gentlemen here. So, Mr. Pehlaj Nehalani, thank you very much for being with us. Leaders of Decade in Public. Thank you, Mr. Nehalani. Next we have Mr. Anil Kumar, who is a member of the Center Board of Film Certification. Big round of applause for these gentlemen for giving us their time this evening.
Everyone, please stay here. Don't go anywhere. We've got the queen of style and fashion, responsible for the resurgence of Indian fashion in India on the global stage, coming up and joining us in a candid conversation. I will ask Mansi to now take the lead. Please stay here.
Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in putting your hands together to welcome. We have with us on stage Ms. Yamini Singh, the executive editor of everythingexperiential.com, and BW Applause, in conversation with someone very, 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 very special, calling on Reena Dhaka.
Thank you. Thanks, Mansi. If the world is like muffins, then I have to say that us, we women, are the cupcakes. I mean, that's just logical. It's not me saying it, that's just pure logic. Really, it's such a treat to be here in this room full of such sweet, bite-sized goodness. We may come in little packages, but boy, do we offer a treat or not. I would like to give my thanks to Dr. Harbeen Arora, to Dr. Vinay Rai for having me here, and also to Mr. Anurag Batra. He is the chairman of Business World. We happen to be the media partners here at this beautiful event, and he also happens to be my editor-in-chief. So thank you very much for this opportunity, sir. But the cherry on top really today is that I'm in conversation with a very successful Indian fashion designer. She wears many multiple colorful hats in style. She's dressed the likes of Naomi Campbell, Uma Thurman, and several other global fashion icons. She's really a pioneer in this trade, and it is my good fortune to be in the company of Reena Dhaka today. So let's get some energy in this room, guys. Let's hear it for all of us, for all the cupcakes that make this world a sweeter place. So let's get started. So, Reena, before we make you wear your career woman hat, tell us a little bit about your early life. I believe you grew up in a small suburban town. Your father was a farmer. Tell us, what was it like for you growing up?
Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you, the university, the Women Economic Forum. Frankly, I was so impressed with this thing that I immediately found myself saying yes to this. So I think it's a wonderful concept, and very nice to meet with you and the family of the Rise and all you wonderful women who have probably traveled from wherever. So my journey is probably similar to, I guess, everybody's journeys. There's optimism, there's struggle, there's foolishness, and somewhere it doesn't end. You're still on that road. So I mean, I'm still there.
Okay, so you were from a small town. What I'm trying to get at is that what year did you move to Delhi?
Okay, so my small town means, like, my father being farming means he was not like a...
He was like a landowner.
Yes,
okay.
So I don't want to say it like that.
Yeah.
But so we had a beautiful Haveli we grew up in, and a lot of my fashion and its ideas came from being there because there was so much color. I'm from Rajasthan and we grew up in a Haveli, and the way they dressed up, the locals in the villages, it's like no fashion parade or a fashion show can wow you or pop your eyes out. Like you just see there as regular sights for your head to see. So I grew up, I was lucky in that kind of an atmosphere, and moved to what is called boarding schools, and then to not such a small city, finally ended up in Chandigarh, and came to Delhi by the time I was 16, and got myself into fashion by accident, because all I wanted to do was to leave home to go pursue a friend like a boy. I wasn't allowed, and I ended up working.
Nice. So
Yeah.
some things do turn out to be good when you interact with boys when you're 16.
Well, the boy wasn't there for me. He rejected me. But in that rejection, I ended up getting myself a job. My real goal was to dodge my parents and to go out and meet him. But I ended up enjoying the work, and I found myself a career. It was purely an accidental turn.
Nice. So it turned out well. Okay. So since we're talking about boys, and we're talking about, how you were a bit of a rebel, if I may call you that. You moved from a small town to Delhi, and you took up a fashion course just so that you could do all the things that you wanted to do. But what was it like? So there are a lot of women in this room who are multicultural, multinational. For them, it may be difficult to understand what was it like for a young Indian girl growing up in the 80s, in the 90s, and you tell me that your parents were from Rajasthan, so I'm assuming this, but they would have a somewhat old school mindset.
Yeah, I had gridlocks.
You did?
Gridlocks, yeah, I couldn't.
How did you become city savvy, and how did you get into fashion, which was such an unconventional sort of...
In India, we're very, very protected, all of us. We have a very good life. We are chaperoned literally 24 hours. But I don't believe my struggles or my journey is any different from a woman in any part of the world, whether it's a metro or a small town or a village or another country. I believe what we feel, they feel. Maybe different ways to express.
Okay, so you were married at 20, you were hitched at 22. I was married at 25, and I think that is early. But you getting married at 22 and creating such a successful career out of yourself, how did that pan out?
So I was getting married, and I remember the date was 7th, and I had us like 50 workmen, and I had to do all my work myself, and I kept worrying, who's going to pay my salaries, and I had to pay them. So even amidst my own journey of your own marriage, you are still working at the back end of your head. And I was very young, I was energetic, I had commitments to clients who had put their faith in me. So it sort of kept me going. And initial years, if I may go on to your next question, we were very, there was no fashion scene in India. There was nothing when we came on. Of course, there was the artists, the craftsmen, who are again, thank God, back in our lives, as one can see such a beautiful outfit you're wearing. And also with the, with the push to the craft sector now, and the weaving and the artisans, it's again back. But they were always there. But the word designer, where someone learned and created their own designs and sold it, the scene came around then, and there was nothing. So we didn't have any sense of commerciality, and we didn't know there was something called money. The money just came, we paid the bills, we were constantly working, and you only obsessed about doing a fashion show, and we lived from one show to the other.
maybe I'll come in and ask a question. We've always associated fashion with fashion shows, since you brought that up. How important are the fashion shows in projecting the brand of a fashion designer and in translating into real-time sales? Is it important? I mean, or is it something that we just do because we've got to do it? It requires a lot of hard work. You put on a tremendous collection. A lot of time goes into it. Does it really translate into a brand or be sales?
So today I was just like very tired in the afternoon, and I'm like right now working on towards a deadline wherein we're trying to close a collection. And I was just thinking, my God, those samples lying there are so meaningless to me at the moment. And just 3 months ago, we wouldn't sit, all we obsess about is getting them on the runway and for our show. And the minute it's over, it's like you're not gripped by that obsession, like a crazed obsession to complete. A show matters a lot to a designer. It is his or her projection of his craft and his ideas, his silhouettes, or the trends he or she tends to portray. As well, now we have an organized media. The media picks it up. From there, we get the stylist who will pick it up. From the stylist, the movie star, a customer espouses to be like, they will end up wearing it. And that's how the cycle will take forth. So show is very important. Even though in India now, I have been myself to fashion shows in Sangeets, in private parties, where sometimes even the runway becomes a dance floor. So it's how, I mean, we have our own ways to look at it. So it's growing, I guess.
Okay. So you're from an industry which, for the lack of a better word, it objectifies women. But you've seen both ends of the spectrum. You started out in the 80s when, the whole scene was evolving. And when you compare it to now, how has the scenario changed? I mean, models now, I think it's an acceptable career choice. They're drawing handsome salaries. It's more professional. But what is your view on that?
So if we're talking of economics, then I will try and see what I can say on fashion. So back then, we actually did great business. Today, we're very diluted. I truly feel now the bottom of the pyramid has the opportunity. The top had it. So we had those glorious years, and that was really fortunate, because just before everybody decided, hey, this is easy, it doesn't need so much of capital investment to do a startup. One can do it from where you are, and one doesn't need always to be qualified. It's the teams are easy to be sourced, and it's very much down to your door-to-door level, which is what it is right now. So fashion is now in every home. It's I would be very surprised if any of you sitting here who are from India who don't have an immediate relative who's not a designer. But in the good days when we began, yes, there was just 5, 6 of us, and wherever we were, where the villages or where there was all these cows and all, we'd have the only Rolls Royce of the city, and the well-heeled, and the only guy with a plane would fly down to find our clothes in his plane. So that time was also nice because you interacted, you were treated as artists, you were not treated as designers. And now when I go anywhere a lot to Chandni Chowk, and also I shot my one program called Style in the City in one of my favorite places as Chandni Chowk, and we did a lot of survey there basically. So the new mantra is, if they write designer, then they will sell to a customer. It doesn't matter. So the old sariwala or he has to say this is designer sari. His shop has to say designer in all kinds of spellings, whether it's designer, whatever. But it has to have that name. Aiye designer saadiyan dekho. If he doesn't say designer, nobody's going to move their neck towards him. So the word itself has become so big, and so today it's a different game, and I don't know where it's going. It's that like the river got so many millions of tributaries.
But you've kind of broken through the clutter. Sorry. So you dressed up fashion's it people. I mentioned earlier you've dressed up Naomi Campbell, Uma Thurman. You also backed the award for Miami Fashion Week's Best Designer. How did that happen? I mean, you are in India, which is basically a speck on the global fashion map then, and you're bagging fancy titles and dressing up, the cool kids. So
I think it's not just me, it's a lot of us who end up realizing that to make clothes, it doesn't matter whether you're a French couturier or there were some wonderful designers from South America also there. Well, I was there with Sabyasachi. And I went right from the Delhi Fashion Week to Miami Fashion Week, few days later, and the same line I showed there. And my son was very young in India. He must have been about 4 months old, and I was really miserable without leaving such a small baby behind. And I just wanted to get back. And so I must have done, my other son was also very small, and I remember getting tired and just saying, because my clock of sleep was also very bad in those days, because so much of travel, jet lag, samples, bags, then fittings, then running the shows. And then Sabyasachi is very big artist, so he wanted the models very dramatic and doing some dance or something. So 2 girls never even made it in my clothes. So he began, I closed, and then I ran up to my room, dying to pack my bags to go back home to my family in India. And I heard him banging on the door, come down, come down. You have won an award. And I was like, what award? I mean, I didn't even know there was an award. But all of them, I mean, not just me, many designers, if you've seen, so many of them are doing so well in Paris. And awards just, I think, add up, but it is not like there's so much talent here.
It's not the true testament of your real work.
I've always thought that India's greatest export, if you'd like to use an economic term, or India's greatest legacy or gift or participation in the whole culture of the world is through 4 F's. So one is our food. You find Indian restaurants everywhere. People love it. So tikka masala is the rage in the UK, not just by Indian diaspora, but people living in the West as well. The second is our films. I'm surprised to see Indian films, subtitled in other local languages, but the content itself, our song, our dance, our music, the way we do our films from the time of Raj Kapoor, when we, the industry kind of vivified in Russia, in Southeastern Europe, in other parts of the world. Third is our festivals. I was in The Hague recently, and I was so surprised to see them all play Holi. So we've had, of course, Raman Maharishi used to be there, and maybe there was some connection over there, but our festivals, Diwali is being celebrated. I know a person who was at SAP India, and he's from Germany, and after that he moved to China. He had his 2 children born over here, and he stays, even now, even in China, we celebrate Diwali. So that's the 3rd F, which is the festivals. And the 4th, of course, is fashion. And I carry Indian fashion as part of my Indian identity whenever I go abroad, because that is the primary identity I possess. So hello, I'm Harbeen, I'm from India. That's the first thing you end up saying. And it's wonderful because when I wear this, I assume my Indianness, and people love it, the colors, the intricate work. And the best part in terms of branding and publicity, they never forget me, because they say, oh, that girl with that long flowing dress, it's great for personal branding as well, because people don't forget you. In terms of the future trends as we see, and now that Indian fashion has really come of age in the you started at a time when there was nothing really. You know, we weren't really assuming our identity, our fashion identity. Over the years, through the hard work of pioneers such as yourself, and then a growing breed of designers, it's sort of evolved and, like you rightly said, reached every home, and now every third person or fourth person in the family is a designer. So much so, it's reached the aspirational middle class, lower middle class, and everybody wants a designer outfit. Where do you see the Indian design story in the journey of India becoming a global leader, you know, and being recognized? So it's of course converging with a lot of things, but where do you see the role of Indian fashion in this?
Well, I mean, I think a lot of Indian designers have done well internationally, but the way fashion industry runs internationally is really, it's owned by 5 to 6 people. And the world fashion, as this few fashion houses, one is I think Henri Francois Pinault, and Henri Francois Pinault, then there is Bernard Arnault, then there's the Italians who are the few houses, and in America there are few conglomerates. So these bodies actually own the world of fashion, and there some of them are really bankers, and it's a very big mega industry backed by finances, by advertising and all that. The designers are eventually bought out by the business houses. I think India, when they come here, though I have met them myself, they were very interested, but they think that we could go there so much because we were great where we are here. We have the biggest population and the markets right here. And as manufacturers, I can see some wonderfully dressed women in the audience. A lot of this it doesn't have to be looking Indian, it can be regional from any region, but can be manufactured in a factory in India. So anyway, exports, as you know, is where the designers from all over the world converge in Indian factories, as in Chinese factories, use our craft, and they're carrying it across the world, whether you see it in a Zara or a Mango or in any remote corner of the world. There are so many elements of Indian fashion which will travel from here to there. So I would think that the world's becoming one. As you know, we have now phones which are the same as anyone uses them. Everything we wear will go there, and vice versa. And maybe over the years, this whole designer market may come down. It may become more diluted, wherein these enormous brands may come down, in fact. I mean, I feel the other thing might happen, where people will be tired of carrying a Gucci bag and a Louis Vuitton bag, and they want to find a local artist and pick it up. So I think there will, maybe in another 10 years, where there will be the other way around, where the boutique will become big again, and the big brands may come down. I'm not sure.
Okay, so I'm going to change the scene a little bit. Yes. Nobody's sleeping, I'm sure. Everybody's really clued in. Okay, I was a self-proclaimed fashionista while growing up, like most teenage girls are. And I wanted to know what's trending, what's in fashion. And when I think back now, I think there were only just a few internationally. There was a Coco Chanel and maybe a Vivienne Westwood, Donatella Versace. In India, all I could, can think of now, there was Ritu Berry, there was Anamika Khanna, and then there was you. Now, what I'm trying to ask you is that you were extremely successful, and you were married very young, and it was a love marriage. How did your success, how was that accepted by your husband? Because I read somewhere that, and I'm always intrigued to ask this of successful women, how do they handle this success with their husbands?
They don't care about any success. They just think of you like any other.
Okay, I'll tell you one thing. What I read, you quoted, "I let my husband be the boss sometimes."
Yeah, you become basically a doormat at home, and it works, and the boss at work. Not always, but it's sort of. You know what? He's the
Sharmila
boss of
Tagore
home.
once said, and she said, never hurt a woman's emotion and never hurt a man's ego. And I think a woman understands that.
She's genteel. Well, I guess my problem wasn't the success. It's more to do with the time, the number of hours I'm away from home. And why, when my husband or the kids came home, I was never there. So that would more be my issue over the fact that the success, because to them it's a relationship. It's not about yardstick of success or failure. That relationship would be still on despite that.
Okay, so just adding on to that, you've had a very successful career, you've had a beautiful married life, and you have two sons. Where in your entire life, when you know, from a bird's eye view, which phase of your life did you find the most solace in?
So I don't have such a beautiful life. It's called makeup. We wear it and we come and then you take it off. But there's no perfection in my life, and I even if I'm seeking it in my work, it's still a very imperfect world I'm chasing in to get there. But what solace I do is I chant. I practice now Buddhism. Yes, I believe it's Buddhism. I've been getting wished. But this I practice where we don't follow the ritualistic school, is another school. But the chanting, which is like a meditation, that helped me because I was a complete wreck. I was always very anxious. I would tend to have a lot of panic over my commitments, over my ability to produce and to be able to manage. So, and I would always have that home work balance, impossible situations. So my tendency was to be really fearful. So I'm very much helped by meditation and chanting. And if I didn't do it, I don't think I can function through, like I need it every 6 hours, like a drug.
We all do, yeah. And you know, the whole what Harbeen has started, this whole tribe, create your own tribe and soul sisterhood. I think that helps a long way too.
You just took the words out of my mouth. Actually, it's was my next question, final question, as you'd like, is we speak a lot about sisterhood and having each other's back and being there for each other. And we were speaking to Aditi Rao Hydri earlier, and we were asking her about, is there sisterhood in the film world, and she gave a very candid answer. So I think I'm going to ask that question to you as well. Is there sisterhood in your world?
In my world, the sisterhood is not girls, it's boys as sisters. But they're great sisters and great friends.
So, Harbeen, should we open the floor to some questions?
Since we have the privilege of having Reena right here, would some of you have some questions? Jigna Shah from Mumbai. She's a designer as well.
Hi Reena, great to have you here. I've got my own stores in Bombay and Ahmedabad, and I myself is also NIF graduate. But lately I could see the online has really affected retail very badly. So I would like to ask you a question. How about the designer labels and retail these days because of the online going so strong?
Also, I think, it's been about 1,500 students are coming out of averagely a year between NIFT and Pearl alone since the past 15 to 16 years. So the market is saturated with talent right now. In addition to that, the supply line, like I saw the most amazing design on that, the girl there, it's a green blouse. And she's had, so it's not even a designer who's made it. So today, the tailor who worked for us, to the master who worked for us, his next gen is up. So they themselves have smartened up. They've realized that, hey, we can beat them to this game. We can do it ourselves. And then with the online boom, with stylists posting pictures of movie stars and people wanting only to wear that as this is what's trending, it's very easy for them to reproduce quickly. In addition, as you know, Gujarat, which produces fantastic copies today, even of chicken curry, of any kind of embroidery, one is able to have these fabric stores which bring out very beautiful fabrics with the tailor sitting on your door. The guy only needs a picture and he will recreate the design for you. So I think we had it very good for a very long time. We just now getting our asses kicked and we got to face it.
Yeah. And
Any
I
other
think the
question?
labor issue also the last question. I think the way the labor is going these days. Rina, I would like to ask you whether
So the costs are very high now. So because fashion is not made by one man, it's made by I mean, like I call them 13 salaries. So 13 salaries will make one category. When you make a shoe, it is way more. You have, I think, about 16 to 18 to make a single pair of shoes. So when you make clothes, we can do with about 13 when you do it the right way. So obviously, if the minimum wage and all the costs will come up, and there's somebody who's making it from small town, he can sell it online. So it's going to be a price harakiri out there now, or it already is. So costs have gone up, prices have gone down. So the consumer is should have a good time.
I see 2 hands going up. One lady, a gentleman, please, after you, after her.
Congratulations, Reena. All of us sitting here are admiring your simplicity. You are a fashion designer, but an icon sitting over there with a simple gown and no makeup at all on your face. Your work and your name and fame is adding that glow. I want to just request you, being at the helm of your industry, that I don't know whether they say that it's for the camera and for the lenses. These models who come on the stage, I would love to see that simplicity in them as well. So somewhere down the line, I think the onus lies on the industry owners. And since you represent this industry, I feel if something can be done in that line, heavy fabric and heavy makeup and everything is heavy. We need lighter stuff there. Thank you.
I think that's well said, and it's high time there was too much happening right now, and everybody looks like there was a video in the 90s of Robert Palmer, Simply Irresistible. So he had about 25 girls in black, same dresses with the same red mouth and the hair pulled back and same hairstyle, same makeup, same clothes. Nobody could tell that there were 20 different people. They looked the same. So that's what's happening right now, because a lot of that, I think we all are becoming those Robert Palmer's girls because of trying to be who we are not.
Next question.
Yeah, hi. Good evening to the distinguished gathering here and to Reena and Harbin. Thanks for giving us the opportunity to be here. See, I'm a retail consultant working with some of the leading retail brands in India. And my question is for Reena. So, I just want to understand that there is a huge opportunity in the fast-forward brands in India. With tier 2, tier 3 towns does not have that opportunity to buy. So, a lot of Indian fashion houses are trying to bring in those fast-forward brands, which can be designed and retailed across tier 2 and tier 3 towns in India, with the development of offline stores and with selling it online also. So be it any of the large marketplaces like Amazon, Myntra or Jabong, they are trying to bring in their own private label, giving the opportunity to Indian consumer to consume the best fashion styles which are available. So what do you think is the market size and how it is going to behave?
See, I mean, like for me, I'm trying now to collaborate, just like you said, with Amazon, where they do a store, like a live store for me. And I just have to rework the same product at a very good price. And that's a challenge I'm facing right now. but I think I love small town India. I love visiting small town India. For all of you who've come from outside, you must go out of Delhi, not leave India before you've seen more of, things out of this city. This is nothing. It's like any other city. We've made it into a concrete city. So I love Tier 2 because that's where the soul of the country is. I feel immediately happy. Each city is so different. If I go to Banaras, it's very different from me going to Agra. It's very different from me going to, say, Chennai or Bengaluru. Every city outside of Delhi and Mumbai hasn't lost its soul. We have killed our cities because we're just, all of us, running everywhere, from hotels to air conditioning. We've got it all here, pat. But I could be in any other city on earth. So it looks very similar. But these cities have still got their charm. I think the Tier 2 cities are the future. The metros are very saturated. We are a very tired population. We've had it all. It looks the same to us, so we're sort of bored and saturated. The Tier 2 is where the opportunities are.
Krishna Pujara from UK.
Right. Hi. I mean, your styles are amazing. The designs are really great, and I'm really pleased to see that you've done well. However, one kind request, do you care for big women like us? Because that's where I am having difficulties. Every time I go into your store or trying to get your designs, it's always a problem.
So I used to get told by a lot of women, "Tu apne liye hi kapde banati hai." Apne liye. I said no. And whenever we made plus sizes, we found there were no takers. So somehow I got linked in people's heads as somebody who makes a certain shape. And it became bigger than my attempts to all. And I'm so good at plus sizing because I have all 16 mannequins. And I even have a mannequin made because I think, we'll not get the hem right. The only thing is it's best with bespoke. If you choose a style, we'll produce it quickly for you. And there is also a portal I back. I'm a founder with it, which is a rental portal. Now I'm making a line on it, which is only plus sizes.
Oh, great.
It's called Stage 3. And where our starting size will be a 14.
Believe me, if you publicize it, you will have everybody all over the world coming to you. That's a good incentive. I would promote it in UK for sure.
Thank you. I must take your number.
Any last question? Go for it. Any question from the Slovenia table? Since you're going to be having Fab India soon in Slovenia, William Bisilva's here and there might have Fab India there. Yes, please. No? Okay. Oh, yes. Denise O'Brien from California.
I always love and respect a powerful businesswoman. And my favorite question to ask is, can you share a little bit about some of your social responsibility and what you're doing to help other women to get to where you are as a businesswoman, as an entrepreneur, as a professional, and how far does that outreach go globally?
So I wouldn't know about the global aspect, but domestically what I produce, I have an element of it in every garment we make. What I do is when I do my crocheting, which is, there's a kind of a edging we do on our dupattas, I use a charity called Umeed. They are mostly heroin addicts, displaced women who have been thrown out by their families, and they do that wonderful work. And then like in Lucknow, when I do my chicken work, I have inaugurated the school of a person who's definitely higher than me in terms of my regard for a person with generosity. He's sadly passed away. He gave away his own Pakka house to set up a school for women. And he was blind because that work is so intricate that by the age of 50-something, most of the artisans turn blind. So just by feeling it, he is teaching those girls the techniques because he feels that what is out there in the market is a very poor substitute. the original techniques. So I inaugurated his school, I give him the work, and I always work with them. So for my Lucknow work. And then there is another society which I work with. I've just started working with them, which is in the Bardmer region. So if any of these charities were to ever interest you also, I can give you my email and I'd be happy to share them with you for any of you to enjoy their work and their talent. I use that for my another stitches. In terms of women empowerment, I've also worked with Tihar Jail, which is one of the jails here. I've set up their, they have now a fashion cell. They even did a fashion show. So now they have a fashion lab there where they are making their own things and the jail has many orders. Otherwise, if I want to use them, they will also produce for me. So I do my bit, but it's what excites me now. This is really where I want to go, and in any region, because there's so many, and recently I gave an award because I flew down for it to specially, help her, the woman, though I think she was incredible. She is like a, how do you say, who's the lady in South Africa who, I forgot her name, who did the Green Revolution.
Ladies from South Africa here?
Dr. Mathai. She's like a Dr. Mathai. She was in Arunachal Pradesh. She brought in prohibition, took barren land, formed a society of women, and converted it into a spice belt, spices. And I went to honor her, but I felt very humbled by her. And she does not speak any English or Hindi. And but she has brought about this economic revolution there in their lives, wherein she's making the most amazing ginger, tamarind, pepper, and other fruits, and she's trying to, of course, sell them. I would be happy to share her details with any of you if someone is here from a food and spices background. And it's 100% organic, one of the finest soil conditions. So she turned a dump into an industry. So I do love such things, but it's bits and bits. I don't do like a big thing, but I'm always having a part of it in my life.
Thank you for sharing all those ideas. I was recently in Africa, and I heard about, they had a beauty pageant in the jails, and they had a beauty queen in the jail system too, which I'm a former Miss California, so that perked my mind. So thank you for doing fashion shows in the jails. I think that's really uplifting and empowering for the women that are going through a difficult time.
They stitched their own clothes. They learned how to cut, they learned how to stitch. Embroidery, they sort of had a hang on.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you to Reena for taking out time. Aditi, you have one burning question. Okay. Okay, go for it.
Here's your microphone.
Yeah.
Hi, Reena. It's such a pleasure to be in the audience. I have a quick question. I just started working a couple of years ago, and I often think of, what is a good practice to follow, particularly in your corporate life. So what is the one good practice, one discipline that you really followed or are now following after all these years of experience?
Well, I thought to be healthy is very good. So, and also to be immune to insult. Hard, but it helped.
Thank you for asking that question, please. Okay. One last. Are you okay with that, Reena? Okay.
Fine, but I feel bad.
Yeah. Okay, Abun has a question as well. Okay, great.
She's wearing.
Yeah. Okay, go for it, girls.
Hi, it's such a pleasure to listen to you. My name is Ebun Feludu. I run Plug Media out of Lagos, Nigeria. And in the past 10 years or so, content in Nigeria has become really big, local content. So fashion has become massive. And before now, we would import everything, music, fashion, but now local fashion has become so big and so international. I just wonder, do you ever consider having any collaborations with designers out of Nigeria, or even showing in Nigeria?
I've been invited many times, in fact, to come to Nigeria.
Lagos Fashion and Design
Week?
Week?
For the Lagos Fashion
Okay,
Week.
that's my friend.
And each time I'm so tempted, and it's just the thought of going there. And I know how beautiful it would be. It is my dream. I've seen it in all the movies. It's in my eyes. It's in my head. And the most wonderful models. My God, the Nigerians are so good looking. I mean, you're there, you're wearing such a beautiful dress yourself, and your prints, your own fabrics, the textiles. In fact, I met, she works a lot with Nigeria. She's very close to Muccia Prada, and she even gives fabrics to her, but everything she does is about sustenance. And it has to be eco-friendly or recyclable. But Nigeria is where she works. And I met her here in India. I mean, if you want, I could...
She's from?
She's Italian.
Oh, that's...
I
know her.
You know who I'm
Yeah,
talking
yeah.
about. She's, yeah. It's in my phone. It's just that I've forgotten right now. But yeah, Nigeria, and everybody's talking about Nigerian fashion, even in England, because I do sometimes London Fashion Week, and they're saying the big thing is the Nigerian designers.
We have to fix that. Next Lagos Fashion Design Week, you have to be there.
I would love to. I've been to South Africa, and my eyes fell out of my sockets. It's been 15 years, I still remember it. It was so stunning, and I bet Nigeria is even better.
I'd love to have you.
Even you'll pass the mic to her, please.
Good evening, ma'am. Ma'am, in today's time, as you mentioned, professionals who have earned the names are the big names of the industry. But for people who are now being introduced in the industry, be it makeup artists or designers, depend majorly on the celebrities to get fame or to receive recognition. For example, if someone is a makeup artist, then he or she needs to be dependent on a celebrity to get recognition, and that may restrict their creativity, because a celebrity may not like to wear a kind of makeup, or a celebrity may not like to wear a kind of dress that you may find appropriate. So have you ever faced the same in the industry?
Well, you know, the thing is that the more famous the movie star, the more fearful I find them. They get so afraid of changing, of experimenting, that apparently now the younger girls are much nicer, but they too are being controlled by the stylist they trust. So, I mean, I personally thought Priyanka Chopra looked, she looked good, but that dress had made no sense. It's like she took 6 of these tablecloths and she stuck them behind her. And I've been to the Met Museum myself. I still get invited. I know those stairs are like this thin, and there's so many. How did she even do that journey? It was such an impractical monster she wore, but the stylist convinced her. And yeah, the Aishwarya. So somewhere they make them do these retarded things. And the movie star is such a small world. It's the vanity van, that's the size of their head. There's 4 people in there and they will stay. They're not letting go of the movie star because the business is so good. Like when I was doing my one ad long ago for like a proper ad with Hindustan Times, Lakme, or no, Ponds, like a moving video, my stylist made more money than me to style me. So it's how it is, because the client, so the stylist is not going to let go of the movie star, and it's like a big nexus. It holds them. So like Sonam pushed the boundaries because it was a sister. They will send out emails to all the young brands, and they will pick out the brands they like. So maybe some edgy actors like that who may pick up, you will have to contact them. Not all of them will do it. And the makeup industry doesn't need a movie star. You need your friend next door. You paint her face and you send her out. She's your movie star.
I think it's been wonderful having this candid conversation with Reena, where she's really shared her knowledge, her insights, her experiences in such an open way. It's been most enlightening, Reena. and really pleasing to the heart. Like somebody said, your simplicity, your sincerity, really it all makes us feel good. It makes us feel that we can touch that aspect of success just like that. And you're so freely sharing it with all of us. It's very, very precious. I want to thank you really from the core of my heart for agreeing to come here, spending this time with us and sharing with everybody all that you have within you.
Well, I want to thank all of you. You were wonderful. And I'll be back to my grind tomorrow. But till then, it was a pleasure being in a company of women. It is so relaxing. Thank you all so much for this time. I wish you success, more friendship and harmony.
And on that note, thank you so much, Reena. That was enthralling. But not till we get to say thank you to you. An absolute honor to honor Reena Dhaka as a Woman of the Decade in Fashion. Congratulations, Reena. You do us proud.
So today is the full moon. It's Buddha Purnima. We were hoping to chant outside and do some meditation, but it's raining. So we'll do it here. We'll chant together here. For those of you who want to stay back, it's raining outside. So we'll chant here. It's okay. The moon is still, the energy of the moon is still with us. All right? Can I have an extension cord here, please? I need a cordless mic and an extension cord. Hello, it's working? ये लगा दीजिए. How many of you have chanted before? Anyone chanted before? No? Would you like to learn how to chant? No, but everyone can do it. It's so simple. So we'll chant together. Yeah? Is that good? Yeah. Okay. Could we all move towards the middle so that we make a group together? Be nice. Just come here. Huh?
Friends, can you please come to the front, because Shruti here is going to chant for us. Today is full moon's day. It's Buddha Purnima. It's a very auspicious day, and a few minutes of chanting will surely uplift our souls and spirits. So may I request all of you to please come to the front here so that we can have a small gathering here where she can concentrate on. Thank you, Shruti.
Today is called the Buddha Purnima. Okay? It's a special, Purnima means full moon, and this particular full moon is dedicated to the Buddha. So we'll start with a Buddhist chant. It means I surrender to the lotus of my heart. Because that is where the love lies, and that is where all spirituality springs from. So Buddha had suggested this chant for opening up the heart to all, and that's what we are trying to do here as well. Repeat that. Om Mani Padme Hum. So will you chant together? Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Was that difficult or easy? You want to chant again? All right. Louder. Can we please stop talking there? Excuse me, it's disturbing the chanting. So I request either you join us or talk outside. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Today is a very special day. The being is more open, it's more sensitive as the tides of the ocean when there is a full moon. You know, when there is a full moon, the tides are very high. So we have the ocean within as well, and the tides are very high right now. And it's a perfect time to recognize the energies within, to recognize what's happening within our energy centers and to empower them. So along with this meditation, I'd like to also together access our energy centers and chant to empower every center, every chakra. Have you heard of the chakras? Yes. So normally we do this in a long, full day workshop, but I'm so inspired by all of you today that I thought let us use this beautiful night to open our chakras and chant for every chakra. So the chakra at the base of your spine is called the root chakra or the Mooladhara chakra. And the sound for that chakra is the sound of the earth elemental state. La. So the consonant La is the beginning of that seed sound which empowers this chakra. And the whole bija mantra or the beat sound, the seed sound is Lam. L-A-M, but pronounced as L-U-M. So take a deep breath. Concentrate at the base of your spine, where you're sitting, where your body is touching the surface. That is your point of rootedness of your sense of security on this earth, of your sense of manifestation on this earth. I hope you're all chanting together. The next energy center is at your abdomen. It's, in English, we call it the sex chakra. It's the energy, it's the center where all your fluids flow. So when you feel tense, when you have a shock in your life, your fluids freeze and you get a pain in your lumbar vertebrae, often, which is related to shocks in your life. So we open that chakra, and the sound for that chakra is WUM, like water. WUM. It's the water elemental state of your body at your abdomen, below your navel. So you concentrate within the hollow of your body, inside, feel light there, and we chant WUM. And now we'll concentrate on our solar plexus, just at the navel, the place of fire in our body, the place where all our passions get accumulated,
the enthusiasm, the excitement, the jealousies, the competition, everything. And we open it and bless it and energize it together. So the sound is Ram, Ra, like fire. So Ram. 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 Now the heart, we concentrate at the heart chakra, often called the ocean of our consciousness. It's also called the Anahata chakra. Anahat means the unstruck sound. The sound here is Yam. Each of these chakras also heal different diseases. So if anyone has asthma, this is the sound that you should chant. Yam, also heart problems, any problems in the heart, this is the sound that cures it. Yam. 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 Now we concentrate on the throat. This is the part which belongs to people of the fine arts, people who like to write, people who like to draw. Each one of these chakras also determine what kind of person you are. We open up this chakra and cure its ailments and also strengthen our qualities with the sound hum. You will also actually feel each of these sounds vibrating in different parts when you concentrate. So the sound is hum. Now the point between your eyebrows. And when you chant this sound, make sure that you start with O, but make it narrower and narrower as it goes up to the bridge of your nose and then into your head. It becomes U from O to U and then to a nasal sound which is not exactly but it is so we start like this. And you'll find it vibrating here. If you close your mouth, then the vibration will come here. So you actually make your mouth like a very tiny point, round from inside, and the sound goes up. Make it narrower and narrower and nasal, and the sound will vibrate here and strengthen your pituitary gland and also increase your intuition and your willpower. Now the same thing, you take more internally and make the sound softer and softer. The art of meditation is when you go from external sound to internal sound. So when you make the sound, take a deep breath and make the sound softer and try and visualize it like a laser beam going from the bottom to the top, becoming narrower and narrower and becoming a light here. And try to make it softer and narrower. You'll see it becoming more powerful inside. Take a deep breath and now feel it silently going like a beam from the bottom to the top of your head while chanting the same Om from within. Deep breath. Another deep breath. So you see the light of the moon within your body, within your mind, within your head, as you take a deep breath every time. Thank you for sharing this beautiful full moon night together. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, it would, but yes. Tomorrow we have a breakfast round table at 7:15 on wellness and healing. And if you like, you can join us there and we can discuss the chakras in more detail and how they pertain to the choices we make in our lives and how we can empower ourselves towards wellness on many realms, not just on the physical realm. Yeah, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Even without touching the pulse, we can find out. We can just find out by scanning. Just by scanning the chakras. Just by hand. Yeah. You can. Yeah, sure. We can all do it. The moment we believe we can do it, we can do it. Yeah. So tomorrow, pardon? Let's go and see if it stopped raining and if we can sit out in the moonlight. That will be wonderful. Then we can just close our eyes and meditate together. Yes? What does your phone say? Has it stopped raining? Well, you're most weak. It will be lovely to see the moon together. So if you want, we can just check out in the courtyard. Yes. Thank you.
Because one of the chakras is not in order. I will be able to tell you which chakra is affected.